America'sBestRacing.net today. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon from New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. We have a fun card coming up today. Of course, the eve of Cigar Mile Day, when we'll have 4 graded stakes on Saturday's card. In case you come on alongside Sarah El-Badli, glad to have you with us. And Sarah, of course, we've been looking ahead to those graded stakes coming up this weekend. A lot of excitement, kind of the last big push, big opportunity for some of these horses. And there's no real kind of standouts. It's a chance for a lot of horses to prove themselves.
Exactly, and it's also a great wagering opportunity for bettors tomorrow, because even if you have logical horses within that late pick 4 sequence, all of those graded stakes, you can't use them all, and so you'll have to make some difficult decisions throughout the rest of tomorrow's races. A really fun competitive card that we have put together for Cigar Mile Day.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. But the feature today is coming up a little bit later on in race number 8. It's an allowance optional claiming, and it is important to look at the conditions of this race because it's not your typical 3 other than. It's also horses that have not won $60,000 in 2023, making the likes of Hot Fudge eligible, though she won a condition allowance race last time out. But taking a look at her victory, she was able to wire the field and looking to see if she could potentially do it again in this spot.
And this was a career best effort for her. We haven't seen her in a little while, but she was able to win with a 93 buyer this day over some pretty good types in Rosebug as well as Chi-Town Lady. This, of course, on June 16th of this year. And I guess the question with her is, can she stretch that speed out effectively to the extra furlong and get the mile distance today? But she does look awfully tough and will likely control on the front end.
As she'll try to get back to the winner's circle, go back-to-back victories. In fact, winning all of her recent dirt starts potentially. If you look at that turf try 2 starts back, which is not even a horrible effort. But Movie Moxie, the other one for the barn for Linda Rice, kind of complementary running styles for these two. This horse also having won a similar type of race last time out, but she is one that tends to come from a little bit off of it. She beat Gerrymander this day, a horse who's going to be a player in one of the graded stakes tomorrow.
A horse that, just as you mentioned, will be trying tomorrow's Go for One, and a horse that, while she may be a little bit inconsistent at times, she certainly has big races, and Movie Moxie able to run her down, also earning a career best 93 buyer for this effort. We haven't seen her in a little while either. She hasn't run since June 24th. I know that she's been entered and hasn't been competitive over the last couple of months, but we'll see her return today as well as her stablemate, and that's a pretty big 1-2 punch in that 8th race today.
Linda Rice with a very strong hand in the featured 8th race allowance coming up a little bit later on. Here's what else is coming up on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. 9 races on the card on a fast main track. That allowance feature we discussed. We have a nice 2-year-old race for the fillies in the 5th, and then of course we'll kick off that early pick 5 in the opener. You can play all of the action by joining NYRA Bets. Sign up, get started, and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nyrabets.com for your $200 deposit match bonus. There's a short price favorite in the first race. It's a maiden claiming for $20,000, and while he is getting a drop in class, Elevated Causeway will be running on the dirt for the very first time, and he's currently 3-2 on the board. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances and the rest of the field for the opener from Aqueduct. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
War of Will won the Preakness!
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Getting ready for the first race of the day. Here's a look at the field for the opener. Maiden claiming for 20,000. 3-year-olds and upward a mile on the main track. And the current favorite at a short price, 8-5, Elevated Causeway, is a horse that has only ever run on the turf, though certainly has run against better horses. We'll see how he handles the main track today. A couple of horses who are more perhaps turf meant overall, but Sarah, even if he could potentially be the best horse in this field, tough to trust him doing something for the first time.
Especially at a short price, and it's kind of one of those rules of racing that you don't want to take horses doing something new for the first time at short prices, and that's exactly what you're dealing with Elevated Causeway, who, just as you mentioned, has not run on this surface before, and while he certainly has better numbers than some of his competitors in this field, they are on the grass. And look, he is a horse that can certainly win, but 8-5, a little bit too short to my liking on a horse that is going to be on the dirt for the first time.
Well, for some help on how he could potentially handle the main track and the rest of this field, we welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore, live with us in the paddock. And Richie, congratulations. There was a very nice write-up about you in the New York Post.
Oh, thank you, Acacia. And, I'll reiterate the fact that I'm just blessed to work with extremely talented people behind the camera and in front of the camera. So I might have got the accolades, but it's definitely a team effort. Lower level maiden claimers here going a mile. We'll start with the one, Elevated Causeway. This horse has races that are good enough to win here, but they're also turf races. So, going to take a look at this horse, I definitely see, from a physical perspective, a horse that looks more turf meant. We talk about the wider, flatter foot, the slacker pasterns. The horse looks terrific, but just get the impression that this horse is definitely more turf meant. This time of year, you got to take a chance, see where they fit. And if they're worth continuing on through the winter months here in New York, as obviously we've not had any turf racing now for a week and turf season is over. The 5-horse Golden Purchase making a nice impression. The horse had a lot of chances, these 25 tries, but I would be, I think negligent not to mention this horse. Just really making a good impression. Love the coat. When I look at horses' coats this time of year, you're kind of looking to see horses' coats turning a bit. I don't see that in this case. Horse has made a lot of starts and makes a nice impression. The horse that would win me over completely, because this horse makes sense on paper, and I like the way the horse looks physically, is the 6 Union Tap. John Kimball's having a good meet, a winner yesterday. Romero Mirage, really kind of a breakout day yesterday with 2 wins, and a young rider that I've been very impressed with. I like his attitude, I like his work ethic, and I like the way he rides. And this horse just makes a lot of sense. He's well drawn on the outside. He adds blinkers. And for me right now, at least before watching them warm up, he would be my top selection.
All right, Richie, thank you, son of Union Rags, who came off of a bit of a layoff last time out, certainly could be able to build off of that most recent effort. But coming up tomorrow, on top of the Cigar Mile coverage, we will have special coverage from Jamaica. Saturday's Mute Mile will have live on-site coverage from Caymanas Park. Our Andy Serling is there along with Rajiv Mirage, and we'll get a chance to see some of the top horses and celebrate a big day there in Jamaica. Beautiful scenery for the track there. And here's the field of 16 that we'll see line up in the competitive Mute Mile.
Yeah, this is a nice full field. It's great that we have the opportunity to showcase all of these horses as well as some of our own covering the races there. And as you mentioned to me yesterday, Julian Leparoux will be there riding as well.
Pretty cool. He'll be aboard Rough Entry in post position 15. But as we said, we have boots on the ground. It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. Traveling to beautiful Jamaica, Andy Serling and Rajiv Mirage here to give us a little preview of what's coming up.
Thanks so much. We are having an amazing week here in Jamaica, out at Caymanas Park for the first time with my good friend Rajiv Mirage, put on his best white T-shirt for what's going to be an incredible day of racing tomorrow.
Yeah, the weather is great, beautiful sunshine, nice cool breeze. We have the beautiful backdrop with the Santa Anita-esque mountains in the background, so it's really setting the stage for a great weekend.
And it's quiet right now, but I'm just trying to imagine this place with over 8,000 fans. Very active fans, as many of you know, who have visited us in New York as well. And people could not be more welcoming here. We had a great draw for the race on Tuesday night at the Rock Hotel downtown. Big pool in front of us. Rajiv managed to stay out of the pool somehow, but a lot of good stuff coming in, and big horses in this race as well.
Yeah, the atmosphere is going to be loud here. Last year's champion horse of the year, Atomica, Philly, she'll be facing the boys. Last year's 2-year-old champion, Mojito, a local horse. And we have some foreign invaders as well.
Yeah, and the race will be starting over there. It's a mile race around one turn here. Biggest purse in the Caribbean. I got to tell you, they're really excited here. And racing is such a big, important part of Jamaica. And we've seen a lot of Jamaica. They've taken us all around, saw some great sights. I know you guys watched some of it in the show. And I got to tell you, you're envious. You should be here. You'd be even more envious if you were here. It's been a great weekend.
Yeah, and it's setting the stage for what we expect to be one of the best ever racing days in the Caribbean here in Jamaica on Saturday.
Yeah, so make sure you tune in. Race will go off, I think, a little after, about 4:45 actually, just a little bit after the Cigar Mile as well. So you're going to have a great day of racing at Aqueduct, but this is the place to be. I know you're all jealous. We don't mind.
We're definitely jealous, guys. That's for sure. Andy, is he embracing a little Jonathan Kinchen flair with the shirt there?
Happy?
Is he happy? He seems very happy.
I think that's even more shocking.
Yeah, I know. We're really happy for them. Really, really cool. It's been wonderful getting a chance to see how they've been enjoying seeing some of the culture. As Andy and Rajiv mentioned, of course, Rajiv is home track and just has really celebrated a lot of the culture that he has gained and brought through his experience being a Jamaican jockey and, of course, having so much success here stateside. So we look forward to getting a chance to see those big races tomorrow and hear from the two of them working very hard over there.
Clearly not seeing any beach time or anything like that. No, clearly doing a lot of work as well. And just great that we have the opportunity to showcase a place where racing is exciting and a big part of the culture. And no matter where that is, to be able to bring that enthusiasm to viewers at home is just a privilege. So really looking forward to tomorrow overall, both here and our coverage from Jamaica.
Want to remind everybody you can play along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass Performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances for all of the races on today's show. And we're getting ready for the first race of the day coming up live from the Big A. Early Pick 5 kicking off here as well. That's your favorite elevated causeway. Katie Davis going to be in the saddle once again. There's a couple of the other players making their way out. As mentioned, early pick 5 kicking off here, 110,000 in that pool already. So we'll get a chance to meet the field for the opener and As Richie mentioned, turf season has come to an end here in New York. So for some trainers, especially with some lower level claiming types like Elevated Causeway, Sarah, you have to see, can they handle the dirt and stick around throughout the winter?
Exactly. A decision will be made after this race of what kind of races he's in going forwards, but just not a horse that I'm interested in at the current price.
Here's Growth Mindset going back down to the $20,000 level.
He's had his opportunities, but I will say his last couple of races, they've been an improvement, and he does come out of similar races as other players in here.
Here's I Love Cara.
One that really improved with the stretch out and distance last time and does have those blinkers on, maybe gets a little more forward position today.
No Surrender, back to the dirt.
A horse that just faced a really good field first time out of for the level.
Coming in from a turf try. Here's Golden Purchase, who caught Richie's eye.
A horse that, as Richie mentioned, opportunities have been there, but ran pretty well last time to finish third.
John Kimmel and Romero Mirage, teamed up for a win the other day, looking to do so again with Union Tap. And here's A-Lister to round out the field.
A horse that's done most of his running on the grass. It's been a while since we've seen him on this surface and would likely need to improve.
That's the field, as mentioned, early pick 5 coming up here. And Sarah, what do you got for us?
Oh, $36 play today. I'm against the favorite to kick things off. So I went 3 deep in this race with some horses that I feel as though were a little bit against the racetrack in their last starts, with both the number 3 and 6, I Love Cara and Union Tap, as well as the number 4 in here, who I can forgive a first out effort and does get back to this surface. In the next race, I think that Face of Barrio and Deputy Connect, both first off the claim for different outfits, are the ones you want. And going into that third race, I'm a little bit interested in Bobby the Tank for Linda Rice, as well as her other entrant, Kunshin Bridge. Causes Trouble looks to be the speed. In the fourth race, I'm not trying to beat the entry. Wild Banker has just been facing a world of tougher horses and is dropping into a very logical spot. And then to close things out, 4 deep with the 2-year-old fillies, both logical short prices towards the inside, as well as a first-time starter for Shug McGahee and a second-timer for the Rick Dutrow barn.
Best of luck. A nice affordable play there to kick off the early pick 5. 2-1 still on Elevated Causeway. But for more on a couple of other horses in the field, let's go back to Richie.
Guys, what's wrong with this picture? We just left Andy and Rajiv in beautiful, sunny Jamaica, and I'm standing out here in South Ozone Park, blustery, cold, rainy day with my umbrella. Not enough hands to even hold my program. We got to get that gig, Acacia. We got to get to Jamaica. Anyway, let's talk horses. A horse that I really did not get a good look at in the paddock because he had a blanket on and was in the stall. That really caught my eye on the racetrack and is taking money is the 3, I Love Cara. Did improve with the stretch out to the mile, lightly raced. So I'm always going to lean towards horses that are maybe less exposed and have a chance to continue to improve and go forward. Like the way this horse warmed up. Think this horse is a major player here. I am taking a stand against your favorite. I just saw more of a turf horse from a physical perspective in the 1 horse. But the horse that will be my top selection is the 6, Union Tap. I liked him in the paddock. I continue to like him on the racetrack. Well drawn, a rider that's really starting to get some traction in Romero Mirage for a really good horseman and a good friend in John Kimmel. And 6-1, I think, is a very generous price on the 6, Union Tap, guys.
Is a generous price. Richie, thank you. Let's see if the team can strike again. As mentioned, John Kimmel, Romero Mirage teaming up. Romero with 2 wins on the card yesterday.
Yeah, they won the opener yesterday with a horse that was adding blinkers as well in Divine Cross. So we'll see if the same kind of move can work again today. And
also Whisper Hill Farm horse.
There we go. Exactly. So could be just a repeat of yesterday's opener. But I think Richie needs a umbrella hat out there instead of having to juggle with all of his equipment that he
Sarah
needs.
said that's something we should embrace, because I've done the umbrella, iPad, microphone juggle a lot of times.
Hard work.
And it's not easy. Not easy at all. And so Sarah's suggestion is that we get the umbrella hat.
I just think it would be more efficient then. And he's already rocking the bucket
Be a
hat
good
sometimes.
look.
So
It'd be a
I
good
think
look.
that would be great.
There is No Surrender. No Surrender, though, Sarah, certainly makes sense. I mean, this is a horse who debuted. I know that he did no running in his first start, but it was his debut race. He was the price that day. It was for 40. Tried the turf last time. Just kind of back to kind of where he belongs today.
Exactly, and facing good horses in that dirt debut as well. Vodka Mardini returned to run a similar buyer versus starter allowance company. Went third. The second place finisher came back and won. So did the third place finisher, though dropping a little bit and facing state breds. And every horse that's come out of that race and run has improved. So certainly a live first outfield on the dirt that he was facing.
There's a look at the 3 I Love Cara. I know you had some interest in this one.
Just a horse that was always wide last time out in his first attempt routing, and that was on a day, November 9th, where inside speed really dominated the results, and that race was won by a horse we'll see a little bit later on today, an Opportunity Set, who was making a big drop in class. So being lightly raced still, having enough of a jump up in terms of buyer speed figures with that added ground, going from a 38 to a 53, I just felt as though this is one that had a little bit more upside and had some things against him last time. And between his last 2 starts, they were on the 2nd and the 9th of November, so very short rest, and has now had a little bit more time between races as well.
I Love Cara, 3-1 right now. The number 2, Growth Mindset, going back down to the $20,000 level. And while he's been a big price in a lot of his races, you can argue that maybe while he's not necessarily kind of been the closest finisher, he's run some of the fastest races of this field on the main track.
He has, and I will say he has really shown a little bit more over his last 2 starts, improving quite a bit, and also came out of the same race as No Surrender, actually, facing Vodka Mardini. So at similar enough prices, I think that if you like this horse, you're getting a very fair price right now at 9-2.
5-2 favorite still on the 1, Elevated Causeway, though he's drifted up a little bit. We'll see how he does, taking to the dirt for the very first time. Kicking off the early pick 5 here. Best of luck if you're playing, and we'll get this Friday program started. There is No Surrender. He was very difficult to load first time out. They had to put a blindfold on him to get him in. So Ruben Silveira immediately jumping off and letting the starting gate crew take care of that.
And just knowing what happened with this horse first time and being able to sort of anticipate that, now he goes in with less incident today.
He's starting to figure out this whole racing thing. Ruben will climb aboard in the gate, getting set for the first race of the day on this Friday afternoon from Aqueduct. Here's track announcer Chris Griffin with the call.
Union Tap and A-Lister. Goes forward. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Growth Mindset right out to the front and in between horses. Here comes No Surrender, wants to muscle through and push that early tempo, and No Surrender has now put a neck in front. Coming right back towards the inside, it's Growth Mindset, tightly bunched on the front end as Golden Purchase is going to settle off of them in third. On the far outside, that's going to be A-Lister. That's the group of 4. They are 3.5 lengths, now 4 in front of Elevated Causeway as they hook up with the backstretch, and they are well off the rail out in the center of the racetrack. I Love Cara, second to last, and way out there, that's Union Tap. They work up the backstretch 23-1, and a pace duel now on the front end. It's Growth Mindset and No Surrender, and they go at it. They are head and head. Golden Purchase is well settled now at 7-1, is right there in third, is to the inside of the big long shot in A-Lister as they approach 4 furlongs left to travel. Elevated Causeway has lost some ground. Here comes the run from I Love Cara, is traveling there with Union Tap, and those 2 back markers start to move closer. 46.40 for the half-mile time. No Surrender and Growth Mindset. The trip comes from Golden Purchase, and here comes Golden Purchase ranging up 3 wide. I Love Cara is going to ride the rail here and try to save some ground to the inside, is in fourth, has some mild momentum there with Union Tap. Dropping back quickly was A-Lister, the trailer. Elevated Causeway still there. It's No Surrender and Ruben Silveira, and they kick. No Surrender in between horses at the rail. It's Growth Mindset. Here comes Golden Purchase, who's had a dream trip, is drifting out here, is well off that rail, is trying to straighten up. Here is Golden Purchase, and Golden Purchase is in front. Here comes No Surrender, also lugging in. I Love Cara is trying to split them both. Way out there is Golden Purchase. It's Golden Purchase, though, who is in front. Golden Purchase drifting out through the stretch, but Golden Purchase gets the victory. No Surrender second, then came Growth Mindset, and I Love Cara in 1 minute 38-3.
Golden Purchase, maybe. It was not the prettiest of ways to get things done, but in start number 26, he's able to break his maiden, Sarah.
Yeah, start number 26 was the charm, I guess, for him. But I will say his last race was a pretty big improvement from some of his more recent efforts when he did finish third that day over some horses that were exiting the same race, and was forward enough and able to inhale 2 horses that were battling early. And while he was way out in the middle of the stretch, he got the job done.
He did, hanging on that left lead, reluctant to switch. I think I guess fortunately for him, the second place finisher, the 4 No Surrender, was also hanging on his left lead, and he was kind of lugging in and out a little bit too, but drifting out. You see Omar Hernandez Moreno having a tough time trying to get Golden Purchase to change leads or to stay straight, and he actually, while he never switched, he kind of leveled off a bit, and there was a lot of space in between them, but was able to rally to the wire.
This wasn't the prettiest race for the top 2, but at least they got the job done.
As we said, drifting out, and here's a look at the head-on of the stretch. He's in the purple silks. Your unofficial winner, the number 5 Golden Purchase. And yeah, even though Omar's going right-handed and trying to get him, he's almost going to kind of go out of the picture, drifting away.
Right, and thankfully for him, no one else was out in that space. So being able to kind of drift and take up that space, and it's not purposeful. This is Golden Purchase doing this while he's trying to ask him to get back in line here. No one else was to his outside, so it doesn't really change things in terms of him hindering another phone anyway. He was all alone while he was drifting out.
And he does have the propensity to drift a bit, and he's done that before, but as you mentioned, ran a solid race last time out and got good marks from Richie in the paddock as far as how his appearance looked, and he ran to it today. 5-4. 2-3, 7-1 winner, Golden Purchase, breaking his maiden in start number 26. Omar Hernandez Moreno in the saddle and the favorite off the board, trying the dirt for the first time, Elevated Causeway. But today was the day for Golden Purchase. Bring you prices and more when we come back. We'll also look ahead to Saturday's Cigar Mile, the top 3 finishers coming out of the 49ers Stakes. Will it be a repeat? Can Ever So Mischievous get the job done again?
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Bit of an upset in the opener. The favorite who was trying the dirt for the first time was a no-show, and Golden Purchase, who'd already had 25 starts already, found his friends to break his maiden today.
He did. I mean, he had shown a little bit more in his last start, got a little bit more forward position, and then finally today ended up being the day for him.
$16.20 winner, ridden to victory by Omar Hernandez Moreno, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Omar, Golden Purchase, 26 times the charm, finds the winner's circle. He was drifting badly through the stretch, and it's a fine line, isn't it? By correcting them, but not wanting to slow down their momentum.
Yes, I actually, coming down on the straight, I tried to fix it once, and I saw I lost a little bit of momentum, so I kind of was just like, wherever he goes, no matter if I end up on the other side, but I just want to cross the wire first.
Well, and especially when you don't have another horse outside of you, you don't have to worry about fouling anybody.
Correct. So, I kind of knew I was on the outside, and I just let it drift. I was like, I definitely know that I don't have nobody on the outside of me, so I kind of made it, so just the horse just goes. That was the main goal.
Omar, you grew up basically right here at the racetrack. You lost the bug about 3 weeks ago. You're no longer an apprentice jockey. So it's tougher, I guess, to compete with journeyman riders, being a journeyman, but also it's got to be a little easier about making weight. How do you feel about that part of it?
Yes, definitely. So right now I feel, I don't lose the amount of weight that I used to, which I feel much better. I feel much better riding, and yeah, it's a very difference. It's a difference, even in lifestyle, the way you eat, it's very different. Which I'm happier. But again, I got to work harder to compete with everybody else.
Well, rides like this will certainly get people's attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Guys, sometimes it's a blessing. You lose the bug and you can eat a little more normally. You get stronger, and Omar looks good. I'm proud of him. He did a good job here.
Yes, he did, especially with a horse that was not that easy to ride in the stretch. Richie, thank you. Congratulations to Omar and Golden Purchase winning the opener. Here's a look at the field for race 2. $40,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, going a mile on the main track. And right now, the number 4, Duke of Gloucester, who's dropping back down after breaking his maiden. He stepped up trying to face tougher last time out, and back in for the $40,000 just makes sense in this spot.
He does, and I mean, this is a horse that he'd had a lot of opportunities, but able to break through 2 starts ago and then just tried some tougher company. So perhaps now getting back to a level where he can be more competitive, he'll end up getting the job done today.
Well, as we've been mentioning, big day on tap tomorrow. Our America's Best Racing race of the week will be the Grade 2 Cigar Mile. It'll be race 10 of 10 on Saturday's card. Of course, a mile on the main track, and big competitive field of 12 horses. Not really kind of that one big horse who grabs your attention, but there are a couple coming out of Breeders' Cup races, including Senor Buscador, who we saw try the Breeders' Cup Classic last time out. He's a horse that has been going longer, but has been effective at the mile too, having won the ACAC at the mile last year.
He's definitely been successful at this distance, and actually even a little bit shorter as well. And I think with him, it's more a situation where he needs that pace to close into more than he needs the added distance. And sometimes with closers, you think more ground will help, but that actually ends up not being the case as we take a look at his last win here. And I think that this is a pretty good spot for him. I like that they're coming out here to try the Cigar Mile, but you also have to wonder with horses exiting the Breeders' Cup, was this always in the plans, or was it because they didn't get quite what they wanted out of that last race?
Certainly a fair point, and you kind of look at Senor Buscador, who's been running against the top quality competition, but that in California and elsewhere. That was his win in the San Diego, and he's always one that's kind of dismissed on the tote board as well. Probably will take some more attention this weekend, but we'll see what happens with the top 3 finishers coming out of the 49ers. Ever So Mischievous was the one who won this race. He was up close, and in his 6-race career so far, Sarah, he's really done nothing wrong as of yet.
No, a horse that really has improved over his last 3 starts for the most part, taking those steps forward in terms of his Beyer speed figures and able to defeat older company in graded stakes last out as we see here. So certainly comes in with all the credentials to be a major player once again, and you like seeing that he'll be rematching with some of those foes that he's already gotten the better of. A horse that's been going out for this Brad Cox barn and taking a ton of money pretty much in every single start. So Better's very wise to his ability from early on.
And he's delivered, too. That was the first graded stakes win of his career, winning the 49er last time out and showing that he can handle the mile. Chad Brown running 2-3. Both of those horses will be sent out once again, including the New York bred Dr. Ardito. He's a little bit of a quirky type of horse, doesn't like to be inside, and he kind of made that big late run, but much like Senor Buscador, he's a little bit of the late closing type. But there is Ever So Mischievous. We love that stall shot of him posing. And I was already a fan of this horse, but after getting a chance to kind of see him ready for his close-up, I like him even more. before.
I know, he definitely wins the cute nose game.
Yes.
Just seems very wise in this. In these
He's very
shots.
observant. Yeah. Sometimes you really have to work hard to get them to kind of put their ears up and pay attention for you for those stall shots, whether it's like grabbing a handful of hay or something and showing it to them, or shaking your keys and trying to get them to look. But he's kind of looking like, oh, I know I'm pretty.
It's time for me. Yes.
Exactly. We'll take a look at a couple other contenders in the Cigar Mile field. Hoist Gold is another one that tried the Breeders' Cup in his last start. I know Sarah's a big fan of this guy. He finished 6th in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Here's his win 2 back in the Phoenix. The question with him, though, Sarah, is does he really want to go quite so far as he'll stretch back out to the mile?
Which I am a little dubious of myself, but this was a big win for him, finally getting that graded stakes victory of his own, a horse that had really been knocking on the door against some of the best older horses throughout his career. I mean, who can you say has finished second to Gun Night, Elite Power, Cody's Wish throughout his career? I mean, he's just gone up against some of the absolute best of the best at that time and really run respectably behind them. So glad to see him get his own breakout win. I just don't quite know if he wants to go a mile.
That'll be the question for him. He's 0 for 2 at the distance, but as mentioned, he has been running against the top quality competition of his division. As we take a look at another contender, and that is Coastal Mission, who will break from the rail, and he is ultra consistent. He's 11 for 16. He's coming off of an impressive streak, having won his last 6 races, though all of those at Charlestown. He was always a winner against West Virginia Bred Company last time out. What can he do with that speed coming here to try the Cigar Mile group?
Well, I think it's interesting that he draws the rail because you know what the plan should be. With the speed that he has and that post position draw, you should expect to see this horse in front. And I think last time he answered a question, which was, can he really possibly get this distance? And he wanted a mile and an eighth. So now cutting back slightly, when he primarily sprinted in the past, you at least know that he can handle a mile.
Certainly should be fine with the distance. This is also a 1-turn mile. That mile and an eighth over at Charlestown is 3 turns, I believe. Yeah, so should be fine with that cutback in distance. 4 graded stakes coming up on Saturday at Aqueduct, of course, highlighted by the Cigar Mile. You have the Demoiselle and the Remsen for the 2-year-olds, and then the older fillies and mares taking the spotlight in the Go for Juan. Looking forward to all of that exciting action coming up this weekend. We'll get back to today. Horses in the paddock for race number 2, getting ready for the second race on today's card. Everybody looking for the second win of their career. There's your current favorite, 8-5 on Duke of Gloucester, who tried Starter Allowance Company last time out. Could be in the right spot to get career win number 2 today.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance
All the way out 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Kamon, Sarah El-Badwi, and Richard Migliori. Glad to have you with us as we're getting set for race 2. There's Duke of Gloucester. He's also getting ready for race 2 as he broke his maiden 2 back pretty impressively and out of price, being able to wire the field. And they got a little bit more aggressive with him, Sarah, trying the starter allowance company last time out, and now he goes back in for the 40,000.
I think they're just being realistic with a horse that he did take some time to finally break his maiden. Not quite as much time as Golden Purchase in our first race, but it was start number 16 for him that got the job done. Didn't really run that badly last time, but just taking a logical drop in class in here.
Well, for more on the 9-5 favorite and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Acacia, looking at these horses, it's all about the 3 outside runners, starting with the 4 Duke of Gloucester, just making a really nice impression. And again, we talk about it quite often when we're looking at horses this time of year. You know, you're looking for some change in their coat. The coats get a little bit longer. They're getting ready for winter. They're, you know, the natural internal clock telling them, hey, you know, we got to stay a little bit warmer. Now, a lot of trainers will clip their horses and they'll blanket them in the evening, but there's just a certain richness and a hydration to the coat that I notice, and the 4 Duke of Gloucester certainly checking the boxes in that respect. Irad Ortiz Jr. takes over. Trevor McCarthy serving a 3-day suspension, who has been his regular rider the last 3 starts. The 5, Thank You John, really looks good. I mean, the horse's coat is resplendent. Again, seeing that richness to the coat. It's like a textural thing, if you will. And just a horse with a really big engine, really strong behind, stretching out. I wonder how far he'll actually want to go, but I cannot fault him from a physical perspective. And the horse that would absolutely win the beauty contest, if this was a beauty contest, in fact, would be the 6 Deputy Connect. And it feels like most of the time when I'm really attracted to a horse physically, it's a Rob Atras runner. His horses are just always really well turned out, and Deputy Connect certainly checking those boxes. I like this horse being drawn outside too. I think he's a horse that's just more comfortable when he's able to kind of get in a rhythm outside and away from horses. Deputy Connect, like I said, if it was a beauty contest, I'd hand him the crown.
I'm sure he'd be very happy to receive that, Richie. Thank you, Deputy Connect. First off the claim for Rob Atras, as this was a horse who will try to turn things around for the new barn. There's a look, though, at the 3 Masterwork. Another one taking a drop in class, and he's also second off of a layoff, Sarah.
A horse that was really, I think, ambitiously spotted last time when he came back on the 9th of November. And we'll take a look at his maiden win, which was actually at Laurel at a maiden special weight level. And this is a horse that he doesn't need the lead. He can sit just off, and he took over and won pretty impressively in here. So I think, given that he was off for quite some time and the level that he returned at, he's one that I don't think should be overlooked in a spot like this, even though he does kind of have that out-of-town form.
He does, and he's had some trouble getting out of the gate. And the race that he won was when he was a little bit more forwardly placed, and he was off slow again last time off of the layoff. So that's something to watch for early on. How does he break? Is he able to kind of get himself into position a little bit earlier? He will have a little bit more fitness now, second off the bench for Bob Caceres. Here's opportunity set. The first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. He did break his maiden last time with a pretty significant drop in class.
And this is a horse that had been trying the maiden special weight level since this time last year, really, and finally was dropped in for a tag for the $20,000 tag and got the job done as he kind of should have. And a horse that he was defeating in here was actually Golden Purchase, who he came back and won our first race. So now he's just facing a tougher field in comparison. He's off the claim from Chad Brown, and while Rudy Rodriguez certainly does very well in these types of situations, Chad Brown not the easiest trainer to claim away from.
And especially given the fact that he was taking such a big drop in class and was supposed to win that race. So he kind of goes through that maiden condition and now has to step up to the next level. You can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with NYRA Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct and Del Mar today, and you can earn a $15 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in today, as we have the second race coming up. And Duke of Gloucester still the favorite. Let's go to the 5 Thank You John, though, who is going back to the main track, definitely his preferred surface, and he too is taking a drop in class. This one pretty significant from First Level Allowance Company, where he finished third in that off the turf race, 2 back. And the question for him, though, is does he want to go this far?
Right, and I think that's the main thing that you have to wonder with him, but he's certainly been keeping some pretty good company, facing horses like Straight Arrow, Win for Gold, Be the Boss, and even in his last dirt start as well, the turf try you can throw out, it didn't quite work out for him, but now he's going to be in at a level that he just has not competed at before. He's been facing State Bred Company, but he hasn't been in for a tag yet in his career, so a horse that he has early speed, he can be forward in a spot like this, but I just kind of wonder if he really wants to go quite this far.
We'll see how he handles it today. There is Deputy Connect, who Richie said won the beauty contest. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the number 1, Face a Barrio, also stretching out.
A horse that's first off the claim for Linda Rice and will be trying to go a little bit further, does have races going further on the grass and is a horse with early speed.
Yeah, was able to finish second, going 9 furlongs, though, on the turf back in the summer. Here's the 2 Opportunity Set.
And just one that was supposed to win his last race, now facing tougher company first off the claim.
Masterwork, second off the bench.
See if he can do a little bit better off of the layoff second time out.
Your favorite, Duke of Gloucester.
Just a little bit of that Irad Ortiz money, but also a horse dropping in class that makes some sense as well.
Thank you, John. Back to the dirt.
We'll see if he can handle going this far, a horse that should be forward.
And Deputy Connect, getting that big Kendrick Harmush warm-up.
And I like to see a horse drawn outside, and that Richie had some interesting things to say about, because I think that he actually could be a player in here at a square price, first off the claim for Rob Atras.
And I think that the big warm-up for him should be key, because he's one that, seeing him recently in my notes from his races, he does not seem to appreciate kickback. He kind of throws his head up and just looks really uncomfortable early on in the races. Here's a horse that also has some speed, though, the 1 Face of Barrio, stretching out for Linda Rice, as we mentioned, has some distance races on the turf.
And I think you can kind of be a little bit more forgiving of his last start, which was on the dirt and at this circuit, a horse that we had seen run at Gulfstream, then Monmouth, and then Laurel as well. He was forward that day. The pace was coming apart in the later stages, and now he's moving to a new barn. He's going out for Linda Rice. He's stretching out in distance, and perhaps with a little bit less pace pressure, getting to slow things down on the front end, he could be pretty dangerous in here as a forward type.
We'll see if he can build off of that race 2 back, which was a pretty quick one over at Laurel with a 71 buyer speed figure. Back to the 6, Deputy Connect. As mentioned, he was kind of high-headed out of the gate. Last time he was awkward and then just never really got comfortable. And like I said, he seems like the type of horse that can be a little bit tricky to kind of time and get to settle and to relax.
All potentially going to be helpful for him today, getting to be in a shorter field and getting that outside post position with other horses that are confirmed inside speed inside of him. So I think that he should get a pretty good trip from the outside in here. And if he's a horse that can get back to that second place finish behind Brooklyn Diamonds that he had for the $16,000 tag at Saratoga, that's an effort that I think could make him very dangerous in here in a pretty tough race for the level, because Brooklyn Diamonds went on to win a non-winners of 3, improving to an 82 buyer, and then actually tried Starter Allowance Company, went off the favorite and ran second with an 83, legitimizing that win 2 back for him.
Looks like he's appreciated that big warm-up that Kendrick Harmush did give him. As mentioned, a little bit of a quirky type of horse, because, yes, he was beaten by a good one in Brooklyn Diamonds that day, but you could kind of see himself pulling himself up after being in front by 4 lengths early and waiting for another horse to come get him. We'll see if the change of scenery being trained now by Rob Atras will help him. For more, let's go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, Keisha, a lot of times, you know, my first impressions in the paddock will kind of change or modify once the horses get on the racetrack, and they have not at all. If anything, they've been reinforced. The 4, Duke of Gloucester, looked good in the paddock, looked terrific on the warm-up. The 5, Thank You John, again, looked terrific in the paddock, warmed up really well. My biggest question with him is how far does he really want to go? I'm not quite sure that a mile is going to be ideal for him, but, you know, maybe he'll prove me wrong. And the 6 horse, Deputy Connect, I loved him in the paddock. and I continue to love him on the racetrack. If anything, he elevated in my eyes. I loved his big warm-up, big extension on his jog, really animated and moving well, and a great draw with Kendrick Carmouche for Rob Atras, a pretty formidable combination.
Indeed, they are. And a nice price, too. 5-1, both Sarah and Richie on the 6, Deputy Connect. 2-1, though, still on the 4, Duke of Gloucester. He was able to wire the field pretty comfortably 2 starts back in his first time stretching out in a while, Sarah. But as we talked about with the pace presence from the inside of Face Barrio, how do you think that things will play out tactically in this race?
Well, I don't think that he's going to get the same type of setup that he did when he was able to break his maiden. He has horses that have been going shorter distances that are just faster early than he is. So he's going to have to sit off the pace and possibly run a kind of race that we hadn't really seen from him at this distance, being able to rate in behind other horses. If he can do that, he makes a lot of sense getting the class relief he is. But at the same time, I don't necessarily love horses that take this much time to break their maiden and then come back versus horses that are fairly legitimate for this level.
We'll see what he does coming back into the $40,000 level. He was 10-1 when he broke his maiden. You're taking the worst of it now as he goes back to 40, the level at which he got that first win of his career. 9-5 right now on the number 4, Duke of Gloucester. Irad Ortiz going to be in the saddle, and that certainly doesn't help your price either. As horses make their way towards the starting gate, we have the early pick 4 kicking off here as well. Did you use Golden Purchase in the first leg?
No, I did not.
Start number 26.
I know, I overlooked that one.
Well, it's easy to see why. But as we said, found his friends. We'll see who finds themselves in the correct place. The good news is if you didn't have that upset in the first race, you can come right back in for the pick 4 here. Your favorite Duke of Gloucester looking to get back on track. We'll see if he can do just that. We'll go up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the call.
Thank you, John, and Deputy Connect is in. All set. And they're off. Face Barrio's got early speed. It's Face Barrio right out to the front. And in between horses, here comes Duke of Gloucester. And thank you, John, in the early fray as well. Just behind them, that's Opportunity Set, who's going to take 4th. Drifting out there is Masterwork, is finding their way to the outside. They're joined by Deputy Connect. They're the 2 trailers. They hook up with the backstretch and alone up front. Face Barrio has got the lead, is up by 3/4 of a length, 22-4. And there's Face Barrio to the inside of Duke of Gloucester, who starts to inch closer now, is within a half length of the leader. Just off of them is Thank You, John. It's 3 wide here as they work up the backstretch and driven along as Opportunity Set. Encouraged to move forward as Masterwork is making up some ground from the back, and Deputy Connect is the far back trailer, now 6 lengths off the lead. Less than a half mile to go. 45.37 for that half mile time. Face Barrio is still in front. Duke of Gloucester is ready to pounce to the outside, and here comes Duke of Gloucester after this leader. Thank You, John, is watching the action here from 3rd, and here's Masterwork. Masterwork has got some momentum towards the inside, is there in 4th, is 2.5 off the leaders as they reach a 1/4 mile left to go. Face Barrio is trying to shrug off the challenge of Duke of Gloucester. Masterwork is right in behind them, and there's the seam. The seam opens, and Duke of Gloucester is kicked on. Masterwork is looking for room and gets shut off. Here comes Thank You, John on the grandstand side. It's Thank You, John to the outside of Duke of Gloucester. Face Barrio trying to hang in there. Masterwork challenging for 3rd, but Thank You, John is taking the lead. Duke of Gloucester comes right back. Thank You, John. Duke of Gloucester. Thank you, John. Duke of Gloucester. Very game. Duke of Gloucester. Duke of Gloucester got the win. Came back 9-5. Had to do all the lifting and gets back up to get the win. Over Thank You, John. Then came Masterwork in 1 minute, 36.79 seconds.
Re-engaging late, Duke of Gloucester gets his nose back down. It looked like he was passed by Thank You, John, and maybe the distance kind of catching up with Thank You, John a little bit late in the stretch.
Possibly, but I will say this is a race that was, they went quick, but this is a race that was dominated forward because nobody from the back was really doing much running, and you thought at the top of the stretch that maybe Masterwork was going to reap the benefits of the pace that was being set, but he just didn't really go on with it either. So Duke of Gloucester, he did all the dirty work, and he still held off Thank You John, who got a pretty good outside stalking trip.
Yes, he did, and just not able to get by. Like I said, looked like at this point, Thank You John was just going to pull away from his competition, but Duke of Gloucester digging in right there when it mattered and just getting his nose back down under the line. It was 4-5-3-1 in race number 2. Irad Ortiz picking up the mount on Duke of Gloucester, a horse that, just plain and simple, has been in very good form since stretching back out in distance.
Yeah, absolutely. The mile certainly agreeing with him and getting that much needed drop in class today and able to get the job done, and a hard fought victory as well.
Yeah, he had to work for it. Was passed and then able to come back on the rail there in the yellow blinkers. You love to see them there fighting it out, dueling down to the wire. Epic stretch battle. For just a $40,000 claimer, they put on a good show.
They did, and this is why you can have exciting races at any level when you have competitive horses, and that's exactly what we had here.
Duke of Gloucester with the win. Final Turn Racing Stables getting the victory in number 2 of his career. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. A lot more live racing to come and some more previews of everything that's coming up this weekend.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Irad Ortiz and Duke of Gloucester heading into the winner's circle. A horse that's in good form and picks up the 2nd win of his career.
Yeah, absolutely able to gut this one out. A very game performance from him as he did all the heavy lifting and was able to hold off. Thank you, John.
Re-engaging and coming back. You see Javier Castellano and Thank You, John, trying in every step of the stretch, but Duke of Gloucester just with a little bit more distance foundation. Well, let's head down to Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And yeah, I'm here with Wayne Potts. And Wayne, it took this horse a while to kind of figure it out and break through and get his picture taken. But boy, he showed a lot of fight today.
You know, we bought him privately at Monmouth Park when I initially got my start back off some time I took away. And Final Turn gave me the opportunity to purchase this horse privately. We ran him first time back at Monmouth and Maiden Special. He was hung pretty wide, going 5/8, and he just missed. And we thought eventually he'd go a little further. And I do think he has a ton of potential. I didn't want to really be forwardly placed today, but he broke good. And I wasn't going to tell him what to do. So he worked a trip, and the horse showed up today, and he really fought to the wire.
What did you identify in this horse that led you to want to purchase him?
I actually bought him from a girl that was in the barn with me at Monmouth Park, and I just thought there was some things that could be done better. You know, he had a great foundation underneath of him when we bought him, and we just moved forward with him. And you know, we thought he would run a little further, and I thought he would actually be grass, but we really missed some of the grass. You know, with the weather we had and the issues we had with, you know, with the rain and everything else. So we never got an opportunity to try him on it. I really think he'll probably move forward on that a little bit just by the way he trains in the morning and his action. But besides that, I mean, he's a honest horse.
Wayne, you mentioned the time away, but things are starting to really come together. You got horses in training. Are you going to be with us all winter?
I plan on being here as long as NYRA welcomes me. I have 18 here now, and I'm looking to grow every day. So I tried to claim 4 yesterday. Got outshook on 3, but I have some clients that back me, and I'm back here hopefully to stay.
Well done. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Guys, heck of a stretch battle here, and it's all about winning. I could tell you pretty much every Kentucky Derby winner in the history of the race. Can't tell you who was second. Got to win.
To put it simply, Richie, thank you, $5.70 winner with Duke of Gloucester. He was able to outgame his foes and get the win. Red Ortiz Jr. in the saddle for Wayne Potts as we turn our attention to race 3, 6 furlongs on the main track for a starter allowance, 3-year-olds and upward. And right now, it is the number 5, Bobby the Tank for Linda Rice, has been gelded, and he lives up to his name, Sarah. I mean, he is a massive, burly type of horse, so maybe gelding will help him.
And I like to hear that he's at least sprinting. When you tell me about that kind of physical, taking quite a bit of money right now. Ira Ortiz Jr. looking for a double.
We haven't seen him since May, Bobby the Tank, but he is currently your favorite, and we'll see if he's ready to roll off the bench. We'll talk a little bit more about the upcoming 3rd race in a few moments. We'll also preview the Remsen tomorrow. Danny Gargan looking to go back-to-back. He won the Remsen last year with W&L, and he's got a big chance with Dornoch, the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, looking for his first graded stakes win tomorrow.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragozins.
And the son of hard fun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
On the extreme outside is Mo Donegal, who's coming on now. Here is Mo Donegal to take the lead from Zandon inside the 8th pole. Zandon battles on. Mo Donegal on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and Zandon. They are heads apart as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. And it's a photo finish. Mo Donegal and Zandon, they were noses apart on the wire.
Mo Donegal and Zandon dueling down to the wire in the 2021 Remsen. They both turned out to be pretty darn good moving forward, and though you arguably could have seen if Mo Donegal might have come down, making things tight for Zandon this day, Sarah. But of course, Mo Donegal would go on to win the Wood Memorial and Belmont Stakes the following year.
Yeah, certainly a talented horse, and had actually run pretty well in the Derby, all things considered, with a wide journey too, and turned out to be a pretty good one. Zandon, as you and I were talking off camera, not exactly a winning type of horse, but maybe arguably should have gotten his picture taken that day.
He did just win the Woodward recently, finished second in a lot of big grade ones against some very good competition throughout his career. We'll see who's going to win this year's Remsen and what they will go on to do in the future. 1 1/8 for the 2-year-olds, and obviously a lot of questions will be the distance. How do they handle it? On pedigree, the number 3 Dornoch should love it. He's the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, and looks absolutely nothing like Mage. He is huge, this horse, and he obviously appreciated some more distance as he finally broke his maiden last time at Keeneland, though still very green.
He was, and he's able to get a 90 Beyer speed figure for this effort, as you see him lugging in and out and all over the racetrack, hanging on that inside left lead. And you have to imagine that once he figures things out mentally a little bit more, there will be another step forward for him. And something that he's doing that Mage didn't do is that he's running as a 2-year-old and already making his 4th start of his career.
There he is, that son of good magic, just like Mage, and we'll see if he can step up to at a little bit more distance and pick up the first graded stakes win of his career. Horse that's just coming in off 1 start, though, is the 7 Sierra Leone for Chad Brown. But this is a horse who, while, yes, it was not the quickest race of some of his other competition, really got an education in this debut. And with that big, long stride that he has, Sarah, I think that he should appreciate a little bit more ground as well.
Absolutely. The son of Gun Runner, who is getting to stretch out just a little bit more in distance, having won at a mile first time out. And you can see, once he's out in the clear, he really kind of starts putting in a significant late run here. And still, another one, very green as well, not really clued in totally to what racing is all about, and seems like another step forward is definitely in his future.
$2.3 million son of Gun Runner. Had him a little snack before Saturday when he'll try his hand at the Remsen. Like you said, though, it was just the one race. He learned a lot. Maybe had to overcome some adversity, but he did so pretty impressively when pulling away to break his maiden. Chad Brown will also send out Domestic Product, who does boast a win at the 1 1/8 distance. He's got those 2 in the Remsen, and here's a look at what else he has coming up for the stakes starters on Saturday, and he's got a pretty busy day.
Yeah, I would say so, right? Pretty good position to be in for all of those stakes races. And if you told me that he won 3 out of the 4 of them, I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. As we'll see what happens with the horses coming out of the Nashua as well. So we'll see the 1st and 3rd place finishers. Where's Chris was a big upset that day. Even Rick Dutrow admitting that he was at Disneyland when this horse was running in the Nashua. He was surprised to see him win like he did, but he got a fast figure for it, overcoming Bookham Dano, a horse that has a lot of ability, and we'll see if Where's Chris can do it again.
Exactly, and this was his first time stretching out in distance as well, so perhaps appreciating that added ground, able to outgame a horse that was previously undefeated and had actually defeated him before in Bookham Dano. So this was a game effort from him. We'll see if he can end up building on this race, and honestly, he might not have to improve way too much to be able to get another win on his resume.
Yeah, that victory, just 2 points behind Dornock's maiden win, the full brother to Mage. That horse who will take a lot of attention as well. Whereas Chris, Isaac Castillo going to stay aboard. Bilal finished third in there. A little bit disappointing for a horse that did seem like one who would appreciate the stretch out and distance, but the local prep here, the Nashua, kind of bringing things along slowly, you know, for horses that had kind of broken their maiden, going a little bit shorter and then being able to stretch out to the mile of the Nashua, building foundation into a race like the Remsen, which is a mile and an eighth.
And it used to be a major trend to get yourself a Remsen winner to have started in the Nashua in the past. And so that has kind of changed over time as we see horses making less starts overall. Now you see more of those maiden winners going on to win the graded stakes.
We'll see what happens coming up on Saturday. Looking forward to seeing just how good some of those 2-year-olds are. Back to today, we have the third race coming up at Aqueduct. Here's a look at the number 5, Bobby the Tank in the paddock. First off, the layoff for Linda Rice and also a new gelding. As mentioned, he is actually built like a tank as well. 9-5 right now. Take a look at his race 2 starts back. This was back in April, though. Again, we haven't seen him since May, so he does have the layoff to contend with, but this was a strong race. The question is, Sarah, he has never run a race that's quite so fast or even close to this figure.
No, and you have to be a little bit concerned about that kind of situation. This was a race where he was going the 7 furlongs, and he was able to earn that 73 Beyer speed figure behind Peros, who is a horse that did come back and win, although on the turf. So I think that you can forgive his next start because something clearly went amiss that day, but you have to wonder if he's going to be able to bring back a race like his start 2 back, especially off the layoff.
9-5 right now on Bobby the Tank. For more, let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, 2 of the 3 horses we're going to talk about are trained by Linda Rice, starting with the 3-horse Kunshan Bridge. Just could not look any better. I love everything I'm seeing from him. He's checking all the boxes for me. Again, it's not a beauty contest. What we're trying to do is line up what we see on paper from a handicapping perspective and then what we see physically here in the paddock. And to me, he checks both boxes. I like what I'm seeing from the 3 Kunshan Bridge. The 4 causes trouble. He is actually causing a little bit of trouble getting the tack on. He'd probably be very well named there. He's with the pony. Pony rider is keeping a hold of him and walking him around, but boy, he makes a nice impression. Sweating up a little bit behind. It is a rather cool day, so I'm not crazy about that, but I really like what I'm seeing from a fitness standpoint and from his coat. And then the 5-horse Bobby the Tank, really good, strong individual, but definitely looks like he'll be a lot better for a race. You know, horses that carry weight to begin with, it's very hard to train them into a race. A race is worth at least 5 workouts, and he does return as a gelding, and usually that lightens him up, but he's still kind of carrying really solid weight. I do think a race will make him a better horse for next time.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see if he can kind of build off of this effort today, and at least good to see him back on the racetrack. Bobby the Tank, Irad Ortiz, looking for another win today. Favoritism is now shifted over to Linda's other horse, though, Kunshan Bridge, who finally gets away from Garuvan, who he has not been able to get by. Meeting the rest of the field, though, here's the part of the entry that stays in Kingdom cutting back.
Just a horse that is stepping up in class after winning for a $16,000 tag last time versus non-winners of 2. This is a tougher field than he faced in his last start.
Here is the number 2, Burn Jakey Burn.
Horse that actually ran pretty well last time, though, against a lesser company, and we'll have to take another step forward.
Next will be the 3, Kunshan Bridge, not your favorite.
As you mentioned, gets away from a rival that he hasn't been able to defeat in Garuvan. We'll see what he can do in here.
Here's the 4, Causes Trouble. Was causing trouble in the paddock.
A horse that has some good early speed. We'll see if that out-of-town form can translate. A trainer that brings live horses to this circuit.
How does he carry that form over from Parks? There's the 6, One Whirlwind Ride.
Just against a field that's much tougher last time, but still will have to run a little bit better than we've seen from him lately.
And out last in the post parade, here is the 5, Bobby the Tank.
The one with all the questions to answer as he gets back to the racetrack. If we see a repeat of that performance 2 back, I think that he's your winner. It's just a big if.
He's 5-2 right now, along with the number 4, Causes Trouble. As mentioned, favoritism going on to the 3, Kunshan Bridge, who finished second behind Garuvan last time out. That was in an off-the-turf race, and this is a horse that has been consistent overall, but just has yet to kind of break through and get the win since being claimed by Linda Rice.
And this is a horse that has nothing but consistent efforts over his last couple of races. You see 3 75 Beyer speed figures in a row, and you know what you're going to get from him. And while this was an off-the-turf race, there were actually some pretty logical dirt horses within this field, so it's not as though he was facing a bunch of grass meant types. And while he hasn't been able to turn the tables on Garuvan yet, he still runs his race and shows up and won't be facing that horse today.
And he and Garuvan were main track only runners in that field and really seemed to kind of be the quote-unquote big two, so to speak. But as you said, it wasn't a soft group that they were running against by any means. So Crunch Bridge now the favorite. Lindis tried him at a variety of distances as well. We'll see how he handles the 6 furlongs. That was the distance at which he finished second last time out. Jose Lascano going to be in the saddle. The number 4 Causes Trouble, living up to his name in the preliminaries, but looks like he's settled down now. Got the win last time out at Parks, and the question, of course, is how does he carry that form? But he has speed, which is always dangerous.
And his numbers really do stack him up against the rest of this field, and a horse that I do think will likely be in front here unless someone else is much more aggressively intentioned. And this is a trainer who, when he's brought horses to the NYRA circuit over the past 5 years, he is 4 for 22, a couple of them being big prices. He had a 21-1 and a 15-1 shot win, but 9 of those 22 horses have hit the board, so he's sending runners that can be competitive on this circuit and spotting them appropriately.
Some good numbers there for sure. We'll see how he does and if he can pick up back-to-back victories. The number 6 One Whirlwind Ride. At one point, this horse was running very quick races, and he's coming in after facing New York Bred Allowance Company last time out. He comes back into the starter allowance level, which I would say is a bit of a class drop given what he was facing in that last group. But this is a horse who, even just a couple races back at Monmouth, ran an 84 Beyer speed figure when he finished second.
And a repeat of that race certainly makes him awfully tough, and at the price you're getting right now, if you think that he's going to bring that race to the table today, he's certainly worth a wager. It's kind of a race that lives in a bit of an anomaly to some of his more recent races, and he seems like more of the mid to low 70s type in terms of the number that we're likely to get from him, but I will say he is getting some class relief on the circuit.
7-1 is a pretty generous price right now. Breaking to the outside, apprentice jockey Luis Rivera Jr. going to be in the saddle. The 1A Kingdom got the win last time out, but that was against Longer. For more, though, on the rest of this field, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, not much has changed in my assessment from the paddock. I continue to like the 3 Crunch Bridge. He makes a lot of sense on paper. Looks terrific. Got a nice warm up under Jose Lascano. I am going to go with the 4 Causes Trouble. I just think this horse might be quicker than everybody else. I was a little concerned. He lathered up a little bit behind in between his legs, and it worried me a little bit. But I think he settled in nicely on the racetrack, and he just makes a lot of sense to me. I actually thought he might go off as your post-time favorite off of those strong figures that he's been running at Parks, but not the case. He's your second choice at 5-2, along with the 5 Bobby the Tank, who again, actually Bobby the Tank just went to 2-1, who I do think will be better with a run under his belt. But I'm going to go with the 4 Causes Trouble.
Name for Richie, I would think. Causes Trouble. No, I'm kidding. Richie's one of the most positive ones in the office for sure. 2-1 on Causes Trouble, trying to get back-to-back wins. And yeah, the question is, of course, always, Sarah, how does that form from Parks, because he's running exclusively at Parks, at least recently, transfer over to the NYRA circuit? But you brought up some really good points. The numbers match up. Physically, from Richie's standpoint, he matches up, and the barn has been sharp with which horses to bring here to the circuit.
And I think all of those signs and variables point towards this horse just fitting at this level, but I think that in isolation, they're all worth considering, and then you have to formulate your opinion about whether or not together it's all good enough to think that this is a horse that fits, and bettors clearly do, as he's been taking money throughout the entirety of the wagering on this race. And while this might not be the easiest $50,000 starter allowance that he could find himself in, I think that he definitely fits and deserves a shot at this level.
The 1A Kingdom, started mentioning him before we checked in with Richie. Now, his last race was really strong, but that was going a mile, and it seems that his better races are when he can be forward and going longer.
I agree. I think that this is not precisely what he wants to do, and I think it's interesting he does stay in this spot. Of course, you never know until you see them out on the racetrack, but his sprint races haven't been as fast, and they haven't resulted in performances that have him hitting the board. So for me, I felt as though this was not quite the spot to like him in today.
And he is a big price on the board right now. Kunshan Bridge now 8-5, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice in the field. Race 3 coming up next. Middle pick 4 starts here as well. Don't forget about that as we get ready for the third race. Starter allowance. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Kingdom moving in. Bobby the Tank and One Whirlwind Ride. Goes in. All set. They're off. Good speed to the outside from Bobby the Tank. Has got Kingdom right with that rival. Causes Trouble is just off of them, is now in third, but hustled along. Far outside, that's One Whirlwind Ride. At the rail, here comes Burn, Jakey Burn, and the trailer, Kunshan Bridge. They're chasing Kingdom. Kingdom is in front. It's Kingdom who's up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Causes Trouble. Sees the seam and takes the 2-path, and Causes Trouble is now engaged with less than a half mile to go. Is in the 2-path, drifts out just a touch. Bobby the Tank is shuffled back. Here comes One Whirlwind Ride. Saving the ground to the inside is going to be Burn, Jakey Burn, and Kunshan Bridge is trying to get going from the back. Is 7 lengths the trailer, 22.32 for a pumped up opening quarter. Kingdom is just cruising along. It's Kingdom in front, who's up by a length and a half, call it 2. A 1/4 mile left to go, and Kingdom now kicks for home. Causes Trouble continues this pursuit from second, is not cutting into the margin yet, as Kingdom continues just to open up here in the late stages. A furlong left to go. Kunshan Bridge is now putting together a big rally, and the leader starts to tire. Causes Trouble to the outside, but rolling down to the inside, it's Kunshan Bridge, who was last. Causes Trouble almost there. Kunshan Bridge with all the momentum. Kunshan Bridge last to first, got up in time. Kunshan Bridge from all the way out of it came back to get the win there. Last to first over. Causes Trouble and Kingdom in 1 minute 10.41 seconds.
Kunshan Bridge, he went off as your favorite, gets the victory. You can see how much dirt he took in that last to first rally, and it looked for a little bit, Sarah, like Kingdom might even hold on trying to wire the field.
I know, an aggressive ride, and it was really paying off because he was able to build some separation on the rest of this field, and kind of surprising that Causes Trouble wasn't the one carving out those early fractions. He was actually sitting off the pace, got a nice split between horses, and then able to get up for second. But hey, this is just a good example of how being aggressive can almost pay off for you.
Omar Hernandez Moreno, he was looking for the second win of the day. He hustled at the start, intent on the lead with Kingdom, who I believe held on for third, as closers, or those, at least one of them, Causes Trouble, sitting just off, but Kunshan Bridge making that big late rally up the inside to get the victory. It was 3-4, 1A. 8-5 on Kunshan Bridge, who a horse that, as we said, maybe he was not a winning type, but he was facing some talented company and just was able to find the right spot and get the right setup today.
Exactly, and just a horse that you have to respect the consistency with running the same number 3 starts in a row and able to produce that late rally up the inside. And I think that this is a great example from Jose Lezcano of a smart ride saving all of the ground here, because if he had tried to go outside, he probably doesn't get by Causes Trouble in the late stages of this race.
Closing up the inside, it worked out for him. Kunshan Bridge, 8-5 favorite, getting the job done for Linda Rice. Bobby the Tank, the other one for Linda, in fourth. One to watch moving forward as he's second off the layoff. But Kunshan Bridge gets his day in the sun, making his way towards the winner's circle to have his photo taken. Jose Lezcano in the saddle. Bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap.
130-40, 130 pound 40. Roger, 140,000.
120, 120 pound PC, 120,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For the last few years, Thoroughbred Racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded. And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Victoria in the Vanderbilt.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing, the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Cushion Bridge found the right spot and got the right setup today. Went off as your favorite to get the 4th win of his career.
Finally gets away from grooving and gets the job done against a field that was a little bit softer than what he'd been facing in the past, but nicely timed ride today.
$5.20 winner. He went off as your favorite, Jose Lezcano, closing up the inside in the last to first move over Causes Trouble, who kind of had that outside run. Trained by Linda Rice, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, Linda, really nice run from Cushion Bridge here. This is a horse that you claimed in Kentucky and brought him here and turned him back in distance. Seems like it's been the key for him.
Yeah, when I got the horse to New York, he had run, I think, like a mile of 16th in Kentucky, and he got tired late. And but physically, I thought, you know, this horse looks more like a sprinter, maybe a closing sprinter, and obviously that's what he did today.
And he got a really terrific ride. You have access to top riders because you're always running your horses where they're very competitive. But speak a little bit about Jose Lezcano and his consistency.
You know, Jose's been riding for me for quite a few years now, and whether it's long on the grass or short on the dirt, the most important thing, he's a great rider, terrific turf rider, but every time I put him on a horse, he knows that horse is very important to me, and he puts in an A effort all the time.
Well, so important, but I'm always, you know, kind of amazed at how you identify, kind of thinking outside the box and identifying where you can get horses from, and that's kind of been the move, like getting horses out of Kentucky this year, isn't it?
It has been. I mean, I've been doing that for about 3 years. The first year didn't go very well. It wasn't pretty, but, you know, there's a learning curve in anything you do. It's taken me a little time to figure out where I want to be, and but it's been an asset. And you know, I'm always shopping horses, whether it be at weanling sales, yearling sales, 2-year-old sales, or claiming races, you know. So, and of course, I trained for some very good breeders as well, in Barry Schwartz and Chester Broman, and so, you know, that's the bulk of my business.
You've strung together so many successful years in a row. You grew up immersed in this game. Your family, just a family of really good horse people. Did you ever imagine that you would reach the heights that you're reaching now?
No, when I was a young girl. You know, we were in the business. My father was a trainer. My grandfather owned and trained horses. I had 3 older brothers. They were jockeys. They did it all, and I was the youngest. And but I never imagined that I'd find myself here.
Well, the harder you work, the luckier you get, right?
Yes, exactly, Richie.
Guys, hitting on all cylinders here, the Linda Rice barn.
Linda Rice, and approaching a NYRA record, too. The most wins for a single year at NYRA is 164, which was set by David Jacobson in 2013. Linda had 152 coming into today, so now 153. So coming up, and it's not unheard of for her to win multiple races in a day and looking to get to that record before the end of the year.
And she's got some time left as well. I mean, we do have a little bit of a break over the holiday for our racing, but she's got about 3 weeks left to possibly make that happen. So certainly not out of the question.
We'll see what can happen in the last few weeks of the year. It's December 1st today, so the last month of racing, which is kind of crazy to think about. Of course, we have the Cigar Mile coming up tomorrow that we're so excited about, but that's not the only big mile race. We'll be talking about the Mute Mile, live on-site coverage from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. 150,000, one of the biggest racing days in the Caribbean in Jamaica. We're so excited to have the opportunity to showcase some of the big events, the excitement, the celebration there, and we'll have Andy Sterling and Rajiv Mirage on site to give us all of the insight.
Yeah, apparently they're doing a little bit of work in addition to enjoying the sights and the scenery, and very much so looking forward to being able to bring that to you, and a nice full field of 16 as well.
And that was the statue of Usain Bolt along with Jamaica National Stadium, so pretty cool stuff there.
Yeah, nice to see all the historic sites and get to showcase some of that as well. So maybe I have to plan a trip to Jamaica in the future. Who knows?
Oh, Richie's already gunning for the assignment next
I know.
year. We'll see if it's the opportunity. Here's a look at the 16-horse field for the Mute Mile. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come back. Jockey Kendrick Carmouche, though, he knows about winning the Cigar Mile. It is, in fact, his favorite race, making the most of his opportunities. We'll learn a little bit more about the story when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple of dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is gonna pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist bump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
We love getting a chance to hear from jockey Kendrick Carmouche. That was such a special day. The excitement, the celebration from him winning that Cigar Mile, and a jockey that, I mean, no matter what the level of race that he wins, has that same kind of celebration and interaction with the fans afterwards.
Absolutely, and you see it every time from anybody that's on track. Everybody's always cheering for Kendrick when he's successful, and even when he's not. He has a very popular fan base, and I know that he's made a couple of appearances on the show as well.
I know. I think well, Andy better watch out while he's in Jamaica. But we love to see it. Always a lot of celebration and a very fun post-race interview with Kendrick as well. Here's a look at what's coming up tomorrow on the stake schedule. Saturday at Aqueduct. No mount for Kendrick in this year's Cigar Mile, but we will see him be in action throughout the afternoon and riding Copper Tax, an intriguing Mid-Atlantic shipper stretching out in distance in the Remsen on tomorrow's card. Back to today, horses coming up for this next race. It's the fourth race, $16,000 claiming race, going 1.1 miles, the distance of the Remsen, speaking of. Here in this fourth race, 3-year-olds and upward, no surprise, the entry, a very short price right now, but there's Bobby G, who has another one coming in from the Mid-Atlantic, finishing 4th at Laurel last time out. He will be Kendrick's mount.
And a horse that isn't completely out of question either, especially if you're a little bit suspect of the class-dropping Wild Banker, who I have to imagine is the part of the entry that is taking the bulk of the action in terms of wagering. A horse that has been facing some good company out of town and wasn't completely disgraced in his start at Saratoga 4 races ago either versus Tougher.
That was going 1.25 miles that day as well. So clearly Connections thinking that Bobby G wants to go a distance of ground. But as mentioned, the entry 8-5. For more, as this race will kick off today's pick 6 as well. We welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Hey Maggie, what are you seeing for this upcoming 4th?
Hey, Acacia and Sarah, as we'll take a look at, well, some venerable veterans. Actually, we'll start with the favorite here. That is the Plain One. As you guys were talking about, Wild Banker drops in class here to the lowest level that he has competed at. And 2, I think he's one that certainly prefers the 2-turn 9 furlongs. You just look at his body of work at this distance and configuration, and I think overall it's just better. Now, he's one I want to watch warm up a little bit and how he negotiates the wet track, in which he's handled it quite fine, but just looked maybe a touch uncomfortable here in the paddock. Want to see him loosen up a little bit out on the track, but otherwise looks great heading into this effort with the drop in class. Next, we'll check in with a venerable veteran breaking from the rail in number 2, Bobby G, making his 81st start as a 9-year-old. He is one that I think is very much of an even-paced runner. Kind of where he breaks is generally where he stays. He can, make up ground. He's certainly a grinding type. But I think going this 9 furlongs here at the Big A will suit him well. And I liked him the last time we saw him on the NYRA circuit up at Saratoga. I like him here in the paddock yet again. He's just an easy horse to root for, Acacia.
He certainly is, Maggie. He's a tough cookie, a 9-year-old, as you mentioned, making start number 81 of his career, banked nearly $500,000 and doing it the tough way as well. As Richie likes to call them, the lunch pail horses. They just show up, they do their job, and these well-respected veterans. So we'll see if this could be the right spot for Bobby G. Not to mention, you've got the feature angle in his corners. We just talked about Kendrick, who will be riding this horse.
And we know how well that works. We saw Maddie Ulver get a win yesterday with Justin Nyquist after we talked about her story. So Kendrick, he's got some things in his favor going into this race with Bobby G.
And there he is. It's a little chilly out there, so Kendrick making sure the ears are covered, but getting ready for his date with Bobby G in this upcoming 4th race. The number 5 Cool Quartet for Orlando Noda. Orlando with a couple of horses in here, also has Wild Banker, that part of the entry as well. But as far as Cool Quartet, this is his win 2 starts back when he got the victory for the $16,000 level, looking to rebound after trying Starter Allowance Company last out.
Horse is just making a logical drop in class, and if you don't fully trust the favorite entry and you're not a fan of Bobby G today, he just seems like the other logical horse. And while he does seem to do his best running for Irad Ortiz Jr., who's won on him 3 times over his more recent races, certainly Manny Franco, a very capable rider as well.
Absolutely. And he's actually ridden this horse before, rode him back in June when he finished 3rd, just beaten by half a length that day. So we'll see if Cool Quartet can find himself in the right spot this afternoon. You can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nyrabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Getting a leg up and heading out, that was a look at the 6 Achilles Heel, who's also taking a little bit of a drop in class. He did win at the Mile and an Eighth back in Saratoga.
Yeah, this is a horse that he has some races to go back to that would certainly make him competitive in here, as he does drop in class again.
And winning that day at a price, I remember Rudy Rodriguez telling me they changed everything. They took the blinkers off that day, they changed the bit, they took off the tongue tie. Blinkers going back on today, so we'll see how that does for Achilles Heel. Meeting the field, though, starting off with the favorite entry, the 1 Wild Banker.
A horse that if we see anything like his 3rd place finish 4 starts ago behind Olympic Dreams and Unoho, he's going to win today. His last 2 races, a little bit disappointing, though.
On his toes, there's Steiner, the other part of the entry, and here is the 9-year-old Bobby G.
Just an honest type. You know what sort of performance you're going to get from him. He's very consistent.
Here's the 3 Hang Tight, 14-1.
A horse that was able to finish 2nd last time after being a big price in his start prior to that, devoid of early speed.
Does make that big late run. Surprise wiring the field last time was Lord Gatling.
A horse that had some races to go back to earlier this year, including a victory over Good Skate, who was in good form at that time.
We saw the race 2 back from Cool Quartet.
Just one that seems like another logical type, very honest, runs similar types of races.
Achilles Heel.
We mentioned with that big upset victory a few starts ago, as you said, making a lot of changes that day.
And here is the number 7, Don't Be Late.
A horse that exits the same race that Cool Quartet was successful in. We haven't seen him since then, but he has a 3rd place finish a couple starts ago with a 77 buyer off a little bit of a freshening that would make him a little bit of a player in here.
All right, that's the field for the 4th race. As we welcome in for the first time today, Jonathan Kinchin. JK, I want to get your thoughts on this upcoming 4th race. But first, I have to ask, I heard that when you hosted and you were here last week, you actually wore a suit when I was not here. Is that true?
Well, I wouldn't say it was a suit. It just happened to be a jacket, a blazer. But it had a nice little lining on it, so it was a little bit of a sneaky move by me. But yes, I did wear a coat. It was very uncomfortable. You know, I was hot. I had the AC on, and it's the middle of winter. But now I'm back to the short sleeve shirt. Let's not get used to that. As far as this race, I do like the 2 Bobby G. Look, I mean, I think the entry makes some sense. The 1 Wild Banker, I think, is interesting. But when you get those entries, they're often a little bit overbet. I try to look for other options. I think the 2 Bobby G is one of those options. It's a horse that finishes his races. Now, the mile and an eighth, I'm going to be, you got to see what's going to happen here for a horse that doesn't have a lot of speed. I prefer my dirt horses to be a little bit more forwardly placed. This horse ran well enough going the 10 furlongs up at Saratoga, so I'm not overly concerned with the 9 furlongs. It feels like the pace should be at least honest enough for this horse to have something to close into. And I just think that the price with Kendrick will put this horse a little bit closer, I think, than maybe some other riders might. And I think the 2 Bobby G offers a little bit of value considering the fact that the entry is bet as heavily as it is.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Bobby G, I think we're all fans of this guy. 7-2 for the 9-year-old as he will try to get back to the winner's circle. Horses warming up on the track, though. Let's check back in with Maggie trackside.
Well, I thought the same thing about Bobby G as JK did, and hoping that Kendrick does get him a little bit more involved and to John Moore towards the inside today as opposed to last time on the far outside with that quick run to the first turn down there at Laurel. But I do want to discuss the other horse who really made it a lovely impression, and that is number 5, Cool Quartet. Last time I saw him, in which he was second off of a layoff back on October 5th, he just looked as though a lot of his conditioning had dropped away. Considering he had that layoff and just didn't look as strong as what I had seen from him earlier on in the summer. Now, today, having 2 starts since then, he's really strengthened up and he's warmed up beautifully. A horse that typically does make a good impression once you get out on the racetrack, but I just think the move forward has kind of caught my eye. We'll see how he negotiates the 2-turn mile and an eighth here. I wonder if he is a horse that appreciates a little quicker pace out in front of him to capitalize on with that late run, though, Acacia.
See what kind of setup he gets today. Maggie, thank you, as he will stretch back out in distance as well, going the mile and an eighth, which sometimes distance can be that great equalizer. Let's go back to the 1 Wild Banker where you land, Sarah. I know that's been a little while since he's won, but he's just been facing much better horses recently.
Exactly, and his last races haven't been much in terms of what he's shown, but facing horses like Maker's Candy, Film Star, who went on to finish second in the Woodward, even 4 starts ago for him behind Olympic Dreams, who we saw kind of refine that good form and win yesterday. Just horses that would be insanely short prices in a spot like this. So the company that he's been keeping really speaks to just getting that class relief today, and also a couple starts ago wasn't really running that badly against them, did finish third behind Olympic Dreams and Unojo that day. And again, the last 2 races, they have not been as good, probably prompting this drop in class. But I think that if we see any sort of ability left with this horse, he's a very likely winner in here, and I wasn't trying to beat him.
This would be the place for him to turn things back around. Even money on the entry. The other part of the entry we should just mention, as mentioned, it looks like the 1 Wild Banker is the one that's really taking most of the attention. But the other part of the entry is getting a little drop as well, the 1A Steiner, and he does have a little bit of speed coming in from Parks.
He does. A horse that's actually run well on this circuit in the past. He's run well over at Finger Lakes. He has races that certainly make him a player as well, especially if he does end up getting comfortable being more forwardly placed in here.
Entry even money right now. We'll see if today could be the day for one of them, namely Wild Banker with that big drop in class. Pick 6 kicking off here. Best of luck if you're playing. Nice returns yesterday with a pretty formful sequence after that carryover as well.
Absolutely, and you got a little bit of a spice to your sequence with the last race with a nice price, but paid overall pretty well with a lot of logical horses.
Race 4, pick 6 starting here. Chris Griffin has the call.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Steiner stumbled badly at the start. Eliseo Ruiz does stay aboard. Steiner is going to be up at the far outside. They work towards that first turn, and here's Lord Gatling from in between horses. Don't Be Late is going to be 3 wide. At the rail, there's Wild Banker, and Wild Banker is now going to take back, is back to second, is moving up, is Don't Be Late with Lord Gatling. They're now 1-2. That's the leading trio, and they slow things down up front. Here's Cool Quartet, and Manny Franco is out in the center of the racetrack, and that's going to drift out Achilles' heel. Tough journey so far for Steiner, is out in the center of the racetrack, is now 5 wide as they hook up at the backstretch. Bobby G and the Triller hang tight. They work to the backstretch, 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. To the outside here, it's Don't Be Late. Heeman Harkia's got ahead in front of Lord Gatling, the long shot at 19-1, who's right there to the inside. And now they're back to head and head. Steiner is moving up here 3 wide, and Steiner trying to pull off a big run here is 3 wide as they work up the backstretch, and Achilles' heel is well settled in 4th. Wild Banker is saving ground to the inside, is in the 5th position. Driven along is Cool Quartet out in the center of the racetrack. Second to last, Bobby G, and the Triller is Hang Tight. They work into the far turn. It's Lord Gatling back in front. Don't Be Late, ready to come back, and Reed takes the lead. It's Don't Be Late with a head in front. Lord Gatling to the inside. Steiner is still right there in 3rd. Trying to make up some ground is Achilles' heel, Cool Quartet. And now here comes Wild Banker, the other part of the entry here at 4-5. Wild Banker is moving through to the inside, about to challenge for 3rd. Still the top 2 duke it out at the top of the stretch. It's Lord Gatling to the inside, and Don't Be Late. Don't Be Late with now ahead in front, and battling right back is Lord Gatling. Wild Banker, Achilles' heel, they're 3rd and 4th, looking for a way through. Wild Banker dives down to the rail. Achilles' heel with a straight path. Cool Quartet with late momentum. Also Bobby G trying to swarm, and from far out of it, Hang Tight trying to come from last to first. A showdown here down to the line. It's a photo with Hang Tight, who got up. Hang Tight from way out of it got up over Cool Quartet. Achilles' heel. Exciting stretch run. Final running time 1:52.32. It was Hang Tight.
29-1, Hang Tight flying on the outside, as it looked at first, Sarah, like the horses on the front end were going to dig in, and then as often is the case with these mile and an eighth races, they start to get a little tired, and the cavalry came charging. Cool Quartet and Hang Tight, but Hang Tight with the best momentum.
And it really did look like this was a pace that was going to hold together coming into the top of the stretch. And you had said to me that Lord Gatling was done, and I was sort of relieved because I tried to get him home several times. And we saw Wild Banker sort of have to shift and go towards the rail, and then you see the pace totally start to fall apart here. Cool Quartet looks like he has a chance, and then Chris Griffin able to pick up on the momentum that Hang Tight was closing with at a huge price to kick off the pick 6, 29-1, able to get the win.
I think he went from last to first too, came from far off of it, and he made that big outside move, just able to get by Cool Quartet in the late stages of the race. It looked at one point like the favorite, the #1 Wild Banker, kind of ducked to the inside trying to make a big run, but just didn't really quite have enough. And it was 3-5-6-2. And it did kind of change how the pace might play out, because the 1A Steiner went to his nose at the break. Actually, big deal that Ruiz was able to hold on there, and he kind of had to rush up after that. That was a significant stumble to take out a major pace player.
Exactly, and really just able to stay on, which was a kind of a surprise here. And then this horse was, going so wide and then really got himself into contention, and ultimately just had nothing late. But I would say ran a pretty credible race given what he went through at the very start.
And there on the outside with Luis Rivera Jr. Hang Tight at 29-1, closing strongly over Cool Quartet, a logical player. Some big prices in the top 4, 3-5-6-2 in the 4th race. Nice ride and a nice effort with Hang Tight to upset things after finishing 2nd last time out at the mile and an 1/8 distance. We'll bring you prices. There'll be some big ones with this result, an upset in race 4. Stay with us after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clarier on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clarier. Here comes Clarier. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clarier to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Big balloons, as they say, in race number 4. Tight photo finish. What's that? About a head. The number 3, Hang Tight, with Luis Rivera Jr. getting the win at 29-1.
Yeah, longest shot in the field, and we saw the pace really come apart late in this race. He was able to reap the benefits and close in and be a $61 winner.
Big upset there. Cool Quartet finishing second, just beaten at the line, but Hang Tight with the win. Let's head down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined by trainer Jesus Romero. And Jesus, you were just telling me a little bit of a quirky horse and Hang Tight that he really likes to do his best running outside. And Luis Rivera, he delivered on that today.
Yes, that was he did a great job. We try all the time, try to be in the outside, but that don't happen. But this time happened, so it was a good performance from the horse.
And Jesus, when I do see him hang tight, sometimes he can be really kind of a handful and really revved up. Today, nice and calm. Do you think he does give his better efforts when he kind of keeps it contained?
Yeah, I think so. I usually try to keep him calm, because he's a kind of little bit of nervous horse. But, this time the things were good. So, everything's working on our side, yeah.
How many horses do you have in your stable now?
Right now we only got 3 horses, but, we just try to keep working hard.
And I know you do. Well, you're making the best of it. Congratulations here with Hang Tight.
Thank you.
All right, Jesus Romero, very hardworking gentleman. I know he gallops horses in the morning. He's worked for Bruce Levine, Acacia, but doing well with the few horses that he has in his barn.
Working hard and it's paying off. Maggie, thank you. As we turn our attention on to the 5th, it is our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. As we take a look at this field of 2-year-old fillies going 7 furlongs on the main track in this maiden special weight. And right now, Curlin's Girl, second-time starter for Tony Dutrow, is the favorite. She'll go onto the dirt for the first time. This pedigree to do either surface, and she finished a respectable second on debut. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field when we come back. And still to come, we'll check in with the crew in Jamaica at Caymanas Park. A lot coming up this weekend, including that exciting Mute Mile. It's nice when the sun is shining. We'll hear a little bit more about it after this.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky. In 2004, he expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby Glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, how much did this cost?
And there in the paddock is Nikitas, a daughter of Spendthrift Stallion Audible, who is by Into Mischief. And Into Mischief, just an absolutely incredible stallion, and now turning out to be a sire of sires.
And we also have Extra Dirty by Golden Sense, who's an Into Mischief, and Very Practical by Practical Joke, who's an Into Mischief. So a lot of Into Mischief flair going on in this next race.
Pretty amazing, as Nikitas will make her 4th start of her career. 1 week from today, though, we'll have an opportunity to see opening day, Friday, December 8th at Oaklawn Park. We'll be able to have coverage at the winter meet. Lafitte Pinkai and Paul LaDuca will be live on track at Oaklawn for opening day. Looking forward to getting a chance to hear their analysis and see some of the great racing and the great series that they have of graded stakes throughout the winter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to have that coverage and have another track going on, and plenty of graded stakes coming up from them.
Here's a look at some of the notable dates. A lot of excitement between December 8th and May 4th over the next couple of months. Again, opening day, it all kicks off on December 8th, so be sure to watch on Fox Sports for live coverage of Oaklawn Park. As this 5th race coming up next, again, maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies, the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll take a look at the horse that's 9-5 on the board, the 2 Curlin's Girl. She debuted on the turf, lugging in a little bit when closing a touch green, but a good second closing, and now we'll try the main track.
A horse that certainly has been working very well over the main track, so you have to think that she'll be able to handle it if those workouts are any indication. It's a little bit more of a turf pedigree on the dam side, but of course the Curlins can do anything.
For more, we head down for this paddock report for the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day and check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. We'll check in with the horse who's taking the early money as of now. And that's second-time starter number 2 in here, Curlin's Girl. She switches from the turf to the dirt. And, excuse me, as a daughter of Curlin, yeah, the dirt seems like a logical step, but she is out of a graded stakes winning turf dam, and while there isn't any other pedigree to go on, she definitely has, at least from the physical perspective of things, a little bit more of a turf look. But she's coming in here with a plethora of good works before that first start, and another one going the 5/8 on November 25th. I do think that she's one that we'll see a little bit more forwardly placed with the extra furlong and / moving to the dirt, where those opening quarters do tend to be a little bit more on the slower side, comparing the two surfaces. But at the end of the day, I'm not totally sold on this surface for her, especially at a short price, as we do see several first-time starters in here. And Shug McGahee will send out a duo of fillies who, as of late, have been working together, including number 4, Very Practical. She did sell for $180,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS April sale. But there's a lot of synthetic / turf in this immediate pedigree. And a lot of times you'll see that with the horses that work well at OBS. She definitely has a little bit more of a turf look to her. I like her. She's nicely put together. She's very well prepared from the physical and mental aspect of things. But again, I just get the vibe that this might be the wrong surface for her. Though if you do go back a generation, the dam is half to a graded stakes winning dirt sprinter who won the Vanderbilt as number 5, Who Could Ask for Mo, a daughter of Uncle Mo. Now this one, if you go back a generation, the dam is half to Breeders' Cup, it's now known as the Distaff winner, but multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, Unrivaled Bell. And Who Could Ask for Mo, she does have a pedigree that would suggest that longer is better, but I feel like the 7/8 is an ideal spot for a filly that is a little bit of that Uncle Mo line. They typically all are, where they're just a little bit elevated behind, especially when they're younger. And for me, I think the 7/8, so this 1-turn mile, are just the perfect type of conditions for her. She's so well muscled. She's fit. I like her overall attitude in here. She's the firster, Acacia, that I would take in this spot.
And she had a high purchase price too, Maggie, $450,000 yearling by Uncle Mo. Maggie mentioned the pedigree in the second generation, so there's plenty to suggest that she could be ready to go at first asking, and Javier Castellano going to be in the saddle.
Exactly, and this is not a trainer that is necessarily known to fire first time out. It's more of a patient approach, but certainly has the pedigree and the purchase price to suggest that perhaps she could be one that's ready to go.
There's a look at Shug's other horse, the 4 Very Practical. She went that 10 flat at OBS April and was asked at the beginning and asked to gallop out a little bit, but she did level herself nicely in this workout. Though, as Maggie touched on, this is a workout at OBS that's over a synthetic track.
And I think that's just important to note because it might indicate that she will prefer another surface later on. But I just thought that this was a very snappy workout from her. And as you mentioned, asked early, but not pushed the whole way around there to end up getting that 10 flat time. And I also felt as though it looks as though both the starters for Shug McGaughey have been working in company, but they've been working pretty well together as well.
And Very Practical, I believe you're in your Game of Silk stable.
She is another one of my horses that is in my stable, so very curious to see how she does, and we'll be following her going forward.
We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with Nikitas.
A horse that is the horse to beat and has the experience on the surface. Don't love the company she's been keeping.
Co-favorite now with Curlin's Girl.
A horse that is making the surface switch and did take money making that turf debut. It's really more of a turfy pedigree, though.
Another first-time starter, Chilean pedigree in the bottom for Catherine Marissa.
Sold for $200,000 as a yearling, goes out for the very dangerous Rick Dutrow barn right now.
Very Practical, that 2-year-old firster from the OBS sale.
The one that we just took a look at the work for, going out for West Point. They certainly like to bet their horses, and she's taken a significant amount of money.
And another one for Shug McGaughey. Here's Who Could Ask for Mo.
More of that dirt pedigree that we mentioned, so certainly it seems like she'll take to the surface a little bit better.
The 6 Winning Touch is a second-time starter.
And did take money on debut and finish third in what was only a 4-horse field, but certainly could take another step forward.
That one half to Sporting Chance, who won the Hopeful. And here is Extra Dirty.
A horse that is now second off the claim for the Napal Chattopal barn and did start her career with Chad Brown, but would need to get quite a bit better.
Stepping up in class as well, as she's the longest shot on the board right now. You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com and earn your $200 deposit match. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Acacia, look, obviously a lot of the money's towards the 2 inside horses who have experience and have been ridden by great riders and great trainers. And for me, the thing about Curlin's Girl is if you have a Curlin filly and you debut on the turf, something tells me that you're not getting the horse to wake up on the dirt. It just doesn't make any sense for me to start on the turf. It's the one thing that Curlin's probably not great at. He's great at everything else, but long on the grass or on the grass in general, he's had some nice horses, but none that kind of can warm up his dirt horses. So that's a negative for me. I think they're still trying to figure out Curlin's Girl. The one Nikitas, you could say the same thing, right? This horse debuted on the turf for Chad Brown, arguably the greatest turf trainer in this country, and he decided to try to start on the turf. He doesn't think he'd get those wrong too many times, but the horse has 2 dirt races where they came back, Nikitas, and ran okay. At least enough to understand that the money this horse took on debut made a little bit of sense. Maybe this horse is just going to be a little bit better on the dirt. The experience I like as well. And the fact this horse has just a taste of tactical speed drawn inside, I think that kind of forces Manny's hand to kind of send away from there and try to hold some position. I like the one Nikitas. The rest of them are just a lot of unknowns. And there are not a lot of unknowns for trainers that really jump up and bite you first time out. I'm going to go with the inside with the experience. It's always dangerous. The one, Nikitas.
JK, thank you. This filly by Audible, who was, I think, a little bit against the track last time out as well, but she did finish a respectable third, and that was off of a second in her first dirt start 2 back.
It was, and I agree that was against the track last time. I will say that when she was second in her dirt debut behind Alpine Princess, that was a horse that then they did try some graded stakes with. She was disappointing there, and she did win her last start with a similar number in an off-the-turf race. But overall, the horse that beat her last time, Caitlin Her Greatness, she regressed as the favorite next time out in the Tempted. The second place finisher, that start backstretch Rose regressed in her next start. So I kind of question who she's really been facing overall. And as Jonathan mentioned, there's a lot of unknowns. So it could be nobody today. But if there's anybody in here today, she might have been facing softer company overall.
We'll see what she can do today. And start number 4. For more, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And I kind of have the same thoughts as Sarah when it comes to Nikitas, because also she's a Chad Brown horse that took a lot of money first time out. And okay, maybe she was on the wrong surface, but they had high hopes for her, and she has yet to get her maiden broken. And I know we kind of hold Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher to different standards, but you're just used to them winning with a first or second time starter, and she's been unable to do so. She's not necessarily my type of filly either. And to be fair to her, I haven't been the biggest fans of Freshman Sire Audible, just because they lack a little development, at least in this first year of racing. So she just looks fit coming off a bit of a freshening, but she still lacks conditioning and strength and muscle mass that I'd like to see on a short-priced runner. As we'll check in with one of 2 Rick Dutrow horses, the one that has experience in number 6, Winning Touch. Now, she partook in a 4-horse field last time off the turf. She was entered MTO. She puts blinkers on, and last time she was very green in the paddock, and while she came in a lot more settled and focused today, when they tried to put the blinkers on, she gave them fits again. And she's one that I don't think, although the running line may suggest that shortening up a furlong might help her, I don't see it with her physically. She's just kind of very long, tubular, doesn't possess a big engine behind the saddle. So I'm going to try with the Shug McGahee first-time starter, the other one from who Sarah took in here, number 5. Guys?
Couple of first-time starters, our handicappers all over the place here. Sarah, any final thoughts?
I mean, I'm excited to see how these Game of Silks horses do. I know you were mentioning one of yours that I think just won not that long ago on the grass, Easy Roll.
Yes, trained by Tom Morley. Definitely improved getting to the grass, and that was fun. Greg Wolf was the one that had his Game of Silks horse with a huge price win.
94-1, I think, when she was able to get that victory on the grass. A race that I couldn't have seen coming from her. But it's fun to follow along with these horses. And, of course, if they do well, we get to help out some charities as well.
Absolutely is. So best of luck to your stable coming up here. 5th race, pick 5, starting here late, pick 5 on the program. Spenthrop Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Up next on FS2, here's Chris Griffin.
Extra Dirty. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very practical. Stood in the gate is the trailer. Coming out of the chute quickly here, it's Extra Dirty with early speed, and there's Curlin's Girl from in between horses. Curlin's Girl is ahead in front. Moderate tempo early as Extra Dirty is stalking this pace setter. Also moving forward there is Winning Touch. Nikitas is going to be at the rail, is now in behind this group of 3 up front and moves off the rail and moves towards the outside. Then comes Who Could Ask for Mo. Very practical after the start, is moving up quickly, is about to challenge and take that 4th position with the early trailer. Now Catherine Marissa. As they work into towards that far turn, it's Curlin's Girl who's got the lead. Very practical with a tough trip and very practical. Just had to slightly check. Looked like maybe clipped heels. It's been a very tough journey for Very Practical. It's Curlin's Girl in front. Here comes Nikitas, and Nikitas is fully engaged 3 wide. In between horses, it's Extra Dirty. There's Winning Touch. Kathy and Marissa, they start to make up some ground in the pink cap. Right there with Who Could Ask for More. Losing some ground was Winning Touch there. Very practical now, the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, and Curlin's Girl at even money now sprints clear. The two favorites have it, and Curlin's Girl just ducked in and brushed the rail. Is that going to open the door here for Nikitas, who's making up moderate ground? Curlin's Girl brushed the rail, but is still in front. Nikitas trying to lunge late inside the final 16th. Curlin's Girl almost there. Nikitas lunges at the line. Nikitas got up for the win. Nikitas got up, won it. Maybe a tough luck second there for Curlin's Girl. Then came Who Could Ask for Mo? Final running time, 1:24.40.
Nikitas gets the win, running down Curlin's Girl, who was still quite green in the stretch. She ducked in pretty sharply to the rail at one point, Sarah.
This is an eventful race for a lot of runners, and as we saw Curlin's Girl, I mean, just really able to kind of recuperate from that move where she really did hit the rail and probably end up costing herself a little bit of momentum there. But Nikitas able to get the job done. I will say, a good late run from a horse that Maggie liked. Who Could Ask for More? But what a nightmare trip for Very Practical, who did not get out of the gate, rushed up the rail, had to check, and then was nowhere at all. A horse will definitely be keeping my eye on next time.
We also saw the number 6 Winning Touch have to check pretty sharply on the turn coming into the stretch, and then Very Practical, who was off slow, rushing up, then having to steady back. So watch this race a few times, because there were a lot of trips in here and some horses, especially for 2-year-olds, that you'll want to mark down. We'll take a look at the start, and in particular, this is the 4 Very Practical. It looks like there wasn't really anything significant with her. She just jumped slow as Dylan Davis was asking her. Then she starts to rush up on the inside, and then she'll have to check back pretty sharply on heels, really kind of stopping her momentum, which is a tough thing for a young horse to overcome.
Exactly, and I will say that she recovered enough from the break, getting herself into contention, but now you can see here, she's almost up with the leaders, trying to find that inside pathway. It's not there. She ends up having to check for everybody's safety, and just really not what you want out of a race first time out. And hopefully things go a little bit smoother next time, because there were some moments of some running and then really just kind of called it quits with her after that.
And then that 6 Winning Touch, who steadied coming into the stretch.
Yes.
And managing to run on a little bit for 4th. But there's Chad Brown, Nikitas, 2-year-old, getting her win and breaking her maiden, as it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we have a Spendthrift Stallion represented, this one by Audible. So 1, 2, 5, 6 in race number 5. Speaking of trainer Chad Brown, he has 3 horses coming up tomorrow in our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Cigar Mile. Sarah, who are you kind of early on leaning towards in this big one?
I haven't fully decided yet. I'm a big fan of both Senior Buscador and Hoist the Gold, who come out of Breeders' Cup races, but I think I'll be going in a different direction than both of them. You'll have to wait till tomorrow for me to decide.
Oh, well, geez, we'll see what Sarah's selections will be, but that'll do it for us. For now, always fun getting a chance to share this set with you.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a good time and some good horses to watch coming back out of that last race.
Indeed, but don't worry, we're leaving you in good hands. Maggie Wolfendale sticking around, and Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. An eventful 2-year-old race in the 5th. Nikitas with the win.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races here on FS2, your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll go to a Spendthrift stallion daughter in Nikitas, getting the win as the second choice on the board. Manny Franco aboard for Chad Brown, who joins me now. In Chad, Nikitas, one that maybe took a little while. I know high hopes for when you entered her on the turf first time out, but she really put it all together today off of freshening.
She did. You know, in hindsight, I made an error there on the turf, and I don't get too many of those wrong on the turf, but she fooled me. She's dirt, and it took me a little while to figure out, you know, her distance and surface, but it looks like 7 to a mile, and as you could see again today, she was climbing around when she had that kickback, and we learned from her last race when she got beat to get her out in the clear if we can, and, you know, she needed the entire stretch to get there, but fortunately she did.
Yeah, and we'll see you well represented tomorrow in the Big Cigar Mile Day. And talking about that race, you'll be looking to win it for the third time. You sent out 3 in there. Cascais, as we were just talking, a lightly raced horse. What's kind of the aim for him?
You know, I think he needed his last race. He ran quite well off of layoffs at fast fractions. It just got run down by a pretty good horse. So we've always thought highly of him. You can see with his form, you know, as a 2-year-old beating Tepet Trice, I mean, this horse was running against good horses before he went to the sideline. So he missed most of his 3-year-old year, but we're looking to make up for lost time.
Excellent, and one that is, you know, getting things going as a 2-year-old is Sierra Leone. Obviously, I'm sure there's always a bit of pressure you feel for a $2.3 million horse, but he won really easily. When you go back and watch that race, he was kind of running in stops and starts, and then once Manny produced him, he won under wraps. Mile and an eighth, it seems like it should be no problem.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it's hard to win a first time out going a mile on the dirt with these horses. And, you know, he's hefty price tag and a well-bred horse, a lot of high hopes from everyone involved with the horse. So to get him off on a right start right away, you know, win and try him at a mile and an eighth is what he's looking for. So I'm hopeful that he's got some good experience getting kicked back in his debut and that he'll move forward off it.
Looking forward to that, Remsen. Best of luck tomorrow, and congrats here with Nikitas.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown kicking off what could be a very fruitful weekend, but a little extra spice up on this set. We welcome Greg Wolf and Richard McGlory back to the show. Hey, guys.
He's the spice.
Yeah, muy caliente.
Derby, Oaks Preps, looking forward to it on Saturday. Cigar Mile, Chad Brown with 3 he will send out as Dr. Ardito and Creative. They try and get a little revenge on Ever So Mischievous.
Yeah, Ever So Mischievous, so game in that 49er. Dr. Ardito, kind of more the big closing type, was getting to him late. Should be a terrific race. Big field, and all day, just tremendous card of racing.
Yeah, we hope you join us on Saturday. It's going to be a tremendous, really final big blowout day of the year here on the NYRA circuit. This is the lineup. Demoiselle on the road to the Oaks. Go for Wand. Fillies and Mares version at a mile. The Remsen on the road to the Derby, 2-year-olds, before we turn the page to 2024 in the Cigar Mile, where, yeah, Ever So Mischievous is the one to beat. And Chad Brown will send out 3 in that race, including the aforementioned Dr. Ardito and Accretive. It's our ABR race of the week. 12 will line up in this grade 2. We have several horses coming out of the Breeders' Cup, and one of them coming out of the Breeders' Cup Classic. That is Senor Buscador, who was almost 30-1 in the Classic, wound up 7th, beat 12 lengths. He's been effective, Mig, shortening up at a mile in the past. He's 2 for 3 at this mile distance.
Yeah, and I would say I had the privilege of watching him paddock school a few days ago here at Aqueduct, and what an impression this horse makes. He's just a big, robust, strong son of Mineshaft, and really checking the boxes. Really nice work over the Belmont Park training track. I think he's very interesting, and I like the mile for him, Greg. I think it'll intensify his late turn of foot, and he'll finish. He's going to get pace to run at. He's a major player here.
Yeah, it looks like there are plenty of horses to set it up for him in this year's edition of this Cigar Mile. Ever So Mischievous obviously comes in with that impressive win streak. He's reeled off 3 in a row, including that Grade 2 49er last time out when he outlasted Dr. Ardito and Accretive for Chad Brown.
You know what I really liked from Ever So Mischievous was you saw his tenacity on full display here. He was very patiently handled, just attending the pace. Wasn't fully set down. He was set down incrementally until just inside the 8th pole. And you're going to see Christian Torres really kind of say, okay, now I need your best. And he's getting real intense pressure here from Accretive, and he's just never going to let him by. You can see his demeanor. He's like, no, you're not getting by me. Dr. Ardito's getting to him a little bit late, but I just wonder if he had seen Dr. Ardito. If Dr. Ardito got to him, I think he might have had a response for him. I don't think he's a horse that's easily taken. He's going to fight.
It seems like there's more in the tank, no question. There he is. Don't get into a staring contest with him. He's, 2 heads away from being perfect so far in his career for Brad Cox.
Yeah, and listen, obviously horses show they have ability. What you don't know is when they have that tenacity. This horse has that, and that's the look of Eagles there. I love when horses stare off, kind of looking at something that you and I can't see, but they're fixated on it, and their ears are up, and what a bright eye on this horse.
Beautiful
really
blaze, too,
nice.
Down the center of his face. Dallas Stewart going to bring Hoist the Gold here. Comes out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he was unsuccessful, but he had a big prep that put him into that race in the Phoenix at Keeneland, and he's been successful at least at 7/8 of a mile before.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the beauty of having a race like the Cigar Mile. You're going to bring horses turning back a distance, like Cedar Buscador, right, going from 1.25 miles to Hoist the Gold, stretching from the 6 furlongs out to the mile. It's where 2 worlds collide. One thing we know about Dallas Stewart, he knows how to get horse ready for a big effort. Johnny Velasquez stays. It's always good to have that Hall of Famer aboard. And Mile's interesting. I wonder how much he really wants the mile, but Dallas doesn't come to New York to go to restaurants. He's got plenty of good restaurants you can go to in New Orleans.
It's true. One of the best spots in the country. He eats well. Meanwhile, Coastal Mission. Wow. Is he up to this test? This horse reeled off 6 in a row. He's 11 for 16, but this is a massive class test for this horse.
But he's earned it. He's earned his right to give this a try. I mean, he is a winner. I mean, 11 for 16 lifetime, 3 seconds and a third over, racing at a smaller racetrack, Charlestown, right? But he's won at Laurel. Yes, this is a big step up in class. Could he win any easier? I mean, Arnold Bocachico, who's on him here, he's turning around in the saddle.
Almost fell off looking as far back as he had to.
And he's basically in a common canter under the wire. And this is when my idea for having a rearview mirror for riders really comes into play. I think we got to patent this, take it to Shark Tank, we put them on a jockey's helmet. I don't like that big look around, but boy, he was dominating the competition there. Now he's shown he can throw a punch. Now he's got to show he can take a punch.
He's won at 6 furlongs up to 1 1/8 miles. So, yeah, miles should be fine for him, although he's never gone this mile distance. He's won at 7/8. Just an extra intrigue with a new face on this circuit.
Do you think, especially from the rail, he plays out to be the speed of the speed?
I do not.
Okay.
He's quick. They're going to try and go. There's some other quick horses in here, though. We'll find out.
More urgency on his part, though, from the rail.
Yeah, no question. We'll see if he's up to the challenge. We'll see. I mean, there's some quick runners in here. It's going to be an honest pace, you would think, right?
I think it's going to be a fast pace.
Meanwhile, back to today's action. Race 6 starts the late pick 4 at 6 furlongs. New York bred first level allowance race coming up, and Signal Corps. We have not seen him since back in early March, Maggie, for Todd Pletcher when he debuted as the favorite, won impressively, and now comes start number 2.
Yeah, looking forward to what this horse does today, Greg, as watching him in that debut, he didn't have an abundance of early speed for a horse that did take a lot of money in that race, but he finished up well. He kind of took the overland route that day, and watching him over that muddy sealed surface, he kind of had that sewing machine action where he wasn't really lowering himself into stride and extending himself. He was just kind of more or less going up and down, but yet still winning. So in hindsight, that may have led to the slower type of figure. So I'm excited to see what he does on an open, fast, harrowed racetrack today, because this horse has filled out. He's gotten stronger. He comes in here fit, ready, and he's a lot sharper here so far in the preliminaries than what he was that day, because he knows what's happening now. So I look for him to be a little bit more aggressive out of the blocks today than what he is in the debut. And I do think this horse is ready, as he is taking a lot of money. But if the horse to his inside gets back to his maiden breaking performance, or even the subsequent start against winners, number 5, My Man Matty, everybody else that may be running for second here, as he showed a lot of promise, at least in his first 3 starts. And I do think he is one that really started to drop off in the middle of winter. In the middle of winter last year, I suppose, last season, here at the Big A, because his coat had completely gone the wrong way. And then we see the subsequent layoff. Now, he comes back in here looking better in his coat. He still has that very keen and aggressive type of demeanor, which I saw in every single one of his starts. He is a bit of a heavier body type that, obviously, he's a 5-year-old, didn't get started his career until he was a late 4-year-old. It feels like he might need to race into fitness a bit, but at least he is one, Greg, that you can count on in having that early speed, as he is on the muscle for this comeback.
He's really interesting in this race. Yeah, fresh. He's going to be forward, you think, because of that. And the first 2 races of his career that he ran are quicker than what anyone in this race has ever produced. Can he get back to it?
Well, that's it. Horses kind of, it's an ebb and flow. They're in good form. They'll slide out of form. Will he get back to that place?
But it's Signal Corps who remains the favorite for Todd Pletcher. It was a muddy sealed track for his debut. He was sent off the favorite. There he is, son of Army Mule. They spent $150,000 connections on this horse, St. Elias stable. Vinny Viola, and of course Army Mule stands for it's $12,500. So had to look pretty good.
An Army Mule, though, was a brilliant racehorse, 3 for 3 lifetime. He won the Carter in his 3rd start and was retired subsequently. He gets 22% winners from his dirt sprinters. And this was a nice debut, to come from off the pace, rally the way he did. Now, I take a deeper dive. I was looking at this horse's dam. She's Hot Wired's race record. She broke her maiden on debut very impressively, much like this horse did. And then it took her 13 races to find the winner's circle again after that effort.
And who was Signal Corps beating in that race? The runner-up, 0 for 5 since, including dropping into a maiden 20 claiming race. Although Disarmed, who was 3rd in that race, has come back and run a little bit better than that horse. But maybe question, not the toughest field, but got it done. And anytime you win first time out and do it open lengths like this horse did, or at least easy enough, 3+ lengths. There's talent. Is he going to be ready to go? Usually they are from Todd Pletcher's barn off the layoff.
A good barn, a steady diet of 5 furlong workouts. His last 4 works, in fact, were at 5 furlong distance. That speaks to a fitness level. And Todd's big on his gallop outs. Horses don't just work and then shut down at the finish. They continue on. I don't think fitness will be the question. I do think he's going to have to improve off of debut, but he was good on debut.
So 2-1 favorite for the return here. Signal Corps, the son of Army Mule. My Man Matty, interesting. He's coming off the bench too back in February. He was quick, Mig. The 7 was quick. And then you have the rail horse, Icy Flavor, who looks like he wants the lead as well. Who do you think is the quick of the quick?
Well, I'll go to the rail with Kendrick Carmouche and Icy Flavor. This horse went 21-4 head-and-head for the lead. The horse that was hounding him the entire way kind of really backed off. He was the last horse standing after that speed duel. Now, they take the blinkers off, though. Does that signify that they're going to try to get this horse to relax a little bit? Not a great spot to experiment when you draw the inside.
You could still get the lead and relax, though. You can relax on the lead.
Yeah,
it's a great move that a lot of connections make when they take those blinkers off. Go to the front, and the horse can see more, see everything around them, and be able to get into a nice rhythm.
Well, they have a tendency then, right, to prick their ears and relax a little bit more, but I just wonder, what is the end goal by taking the blinkers off? Is it okay, let him have his speed, but he'll relax on the lead? I don't think he's going to get a free ride on the lead. There is other speed here.
We'll see. This was last time for him on dirt. It was a sloppy seal track. He did get to the front in this race, but he would weaken late, is factually correct, would get by him.
Yeah, but again, the horses that were attending the pace with him really wilted, and he actually hung around a little bit. Dream Point was able to, excuse me, not Dream Point, factually correct, was able to outfinish him. But I thought he was game. He didn't just cave in. He kept trying, even though you could see he was a tired horse at that point.
See how much heat Kendrick Carmouche takes up front early in this race. And if their intentions are to go, you got to think that that's his best weapon. Why take it away from him?
Personally, I wouldn't take it away from him. John Kimmel, the conditioner, that would be one I would come to the paddock and say, John, we got the rail. I'm going.
9-2 right now in Icy Flavor. There's a look at Manny Franco on the current favorite Signal Corps for Todd Pletcher. And our post-parade coming up here as we start off with Kendrick for Kimmel on the 4-year-old son of Frosted.
Icy Flavor should be speed. I just can't see from the rail wanting to get fancy and try to rate.
10 Cent Town lost his rider last time out. Before that, I know it was only a $32,000 claiming race, big effort. He ran a very big number relative to this field.
And he's versatile, but he also possesses speed.
Dr. Kraft, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Chris Engelhardt.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz Jr. picking up the mount, and you got to upgrade a horse that Irad takes the call on.
Dr. Settle's Dream put in a nice move last start, but then flattened out late.
Yeah, he did. He made what looked like a winning move and then flattened out.
My man, Matty, he's been off since February. And again, the first 2 starts of his career, they were huge. Not quite so good the next 2.
No, and he did have excuses last time as far as acting up and not breaking well.
Then he went to the bench, so obviously there was an issue, and that's probably a race you put a line through. Favorite, Signal Corps, 2-1 with Manny Franco.
Yeah, nice work tab coming to this. A lot of 5 furlong works, a lot of foundation.
Pace and a horse coming in from Finger Lakes with a 7.
Yeah, another horse that adds speed to this affair.
A 10-time winner as well. And then here's Prince of Truth. Got back on the dirt and broke his maiden for Linda Rice last start.
Yeah, and he might really fall into a good trip here. This son of Into Mischief out of La Verdad, a terrific race mare that Linda Rice trained for Lady Sheila's stable. Being outside, Jose Lezcano has a chance to kind of look over, assess things, and then judge how fast are they going. Do I need to back off a little more, or do I need to get a little more forward position? The outside post gives him that luxury.
3 minutes to post in the late pick 4 coming up, and 65,000 plus in that pool. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for more on this field and the horse who's coming off the bench here for the return, my man Matty.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think a lot of times when you have horses like my man Matty, their last race, it kind of dirties up their form. And unfortunately, or maybe it's fortunate if you're playing this game, a lot of horse players can sometimes be lazy horse players where they just kind of look at the last performance to have an idea of where they're at. Now, I'm not saying that anyone who's seriously trying to attack this game is only looking at the past performance. Sometimes people are just trying to get into pick 5 or pick 4, and they only look at the last race to kind of understand who a horse might be. And if you do that with my man Matty, I think you can be misled a little bit. His last race just wasn't very good. Completely missed the break, completely out of his game, and didn't run well. If you draw a line through that race on February 25th, you look back to the previous races, this horse has a ton of early speed. He's drawn outside of his main competition in terms of making the front end. He comes from a nice family. Cupid's Heart was a nice one that this horse is related to. And I just feel like my man Matty is going to get back to those previous races with those really fast early pace figures and a style that I think that fits extremely well in this race. I'm going to go with the 5, my man Matty. I think my man Matty is actually capable of making the lead based on those pace figures, but I think having that comfortable draw towards the outside of the horse that Richie thinks is going to make the front, I think might allow Richie's horse, Icy Flavor, to make the front with the 5 sitting right outside of him. I like the 5, my man Matty.
Yeah, and look, as JK says, we said earlier, that last race is a toss. You put a line through that race because he went to the bench. It was February. We've not seen him since. Don't hold that race against him at all.
No, I agree. And he should sit the right trip. He's going to be forward, but he's not forced into it because he has the luxury of being outside the other speed. I'm taking a little bit of a flyer with the 8, Prince of Truth. He's lightly raced. He's got an impeccable pedigree. And if you put a line, if you just completely erase that turf effort, suddenly he looks a lot better. His first start was, a first-time starter. and he improved a great deal in his second start, and I think the post gives him an opportunity to assess what's going on inside of him.
All right, and yeah, you should put a line through that turf race. It has nothing to do with what we're doing here. It comes off that win last time out, so first try against winners for the outside runner. Let's head back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and Prince of Truth is one that was so unsettled for that dirt debut back up at Saratoga. He's a completely different horse from the mental aspect of things. So he could be on the right trajectory, Meg, as we'll check in with the speedy inside horse. That is number 1, Icy Flavor, who gets back to the main track. He only has one dirt race over a fast track, and that was his debut, and it was down at Gulfstream. So, yeah, you could say he is just much more of a sealed track slash turf horse, but I think that's the wrong approach here. He doesn't look like a turf horse through and through at all, to be honest. And he looks great coming in here. I know that a lot of connections are seeing, well, can we play with a dirt horse, especially with these New York breds throughout the winter? And I wouldn't be surprised if Icy Flavor does make a good showing of himself. I'm actually going to land on a horse who is turning back in distance and coming off a bit of a freshening, Dr. Kraft. I know he seems a little slow, but the bulk of some of those races coming up at Finger Lakes, he's just done really well in the interim. He's really filled out. And he's a very stout horse, which sprinting is much more in his wheelhouse. And you go back to the last time he was sprinting up at Finger Lakes in the Ontario, he was facing some nice horses where Looms Boldly was able to wire the field that day. Loved the warm-up he got with Arad. And two, he's a horse that, and nothing against Jackie Davis, I think she did well with him. I just think he's a horse that might benefit from a rider really being able to hold him together throughout this race. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. 6-5 favorite now. Signal Corps, second start off the bench for Todd Pletcher. Hasn't raced since March. Late pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Prince of Truth moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed down at the rail. That's Icy Flavor right out to the front. We'll have some company here from My Man Matty, and they're well off the rail once again. It's going to be Icy Flavor and My Man Matty. They're 1-2. Far outside, that's going to be Prince of Truth, and the rail is open here. Moving forward is 10 Cent Town. Dr. Kraft trying to hold that spot as well. And also moving forward, that's the gray forward motion. From the back, Signal Corps is on the move, and the Green Silks as they move into that far turn. And the trailer, Dr. Settle's Dream. 22-1 for that opening quarter mile, and My Man Matty is in front, is up by a length and a half. Icy Flavor is alone in second. Also trying to run on here at the rail, that's 10 Cent Town. It's a wide journey here for Prince of Truth, but is making up some ground here as My Man Matty has a quarter mile left to go and has a length cushion. It's My Man Matty trying to put it away. Icy Flavor continues to hold that second spot. Prince of Truth from the back also trying to run on there is Dr. Kraft. The rest with a lot of ground to make up. And My Man Matty isn't stopping. It's My Man Matty approaching the 16th pole now. 4 lengths clear. My Man Matty, looking much the best here, gets it done impressively. My Man Matty over Icy Flavor. Then came a late photo between Dr. Kraft and Signal Corps in 1 minute 9 and 3.
My Man Matty had those 2 really big races, the first 2 starts of his career, and he was ready to roll off the bench.
Man, was he ever. He looked like a winner every step of the way. Nice call, Jonathan. Big price, too big a price for this horse at 6-1. He was under a hold early on, attending the pace, and this was a fast race. Listen, the track's been fast, but 109 and 3, and he really finished the deal. Icy Flavor was chasing him throughout, was very game, just second best, and this horse was much. This horse ran today like New York bred stakes are in his future.
109 and 3, and this is having not raced since February for this horse as well, who's still very lightly raced. And it seems like there is some big upside for a 5-year-old making just his 5th start. Late start to the races for him.
Yeah, late start to the races for him, but you know, patience is rewarded here, and they gave him plenty of time. Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable. Bruce Savine always has been very proficient at getting horses ready off the layoff and with first-time starters, not noted as much for it now, but years ago, he would win with first-time starters all the time. So a trainer that knows how to put that conditioning into them.
Isaac Castillo, Bruce Levine, Flying P stable. The pink is hard to miss. A big horse. He was almost twice as big as Icy Flavor, it looked like.
Yeah, he really did. He looked like he's so much taller and thicker than Icy Flavor. Let's give Icy Flavor a lot of props here, though. I mean, you know, usually when a horse gets taken by a superior foe early on, going into the far turn, they have a tendency to cave in. The fact that he stuck around and fought on to be second says a lot about his effort. Icy Flavor ran well as well, but my man Matty, just a different league.
Yeah, ready to roll. Maybe some much bigger things in the near future for this 5-year-old son of Cantharos. Well, the price is for you when we come back. 5-1-3-6 finish. Going to take a timeout. When we return, a look at what's coming up tomorrow from the island out of Caymanas Park with that Mute Mile. We'll check in with Andy and Rajiv when we return as they're taking in the sights ahead of the big race on Saturday. You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Friday card from Aqueduct, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually. Well, my man Matty, long layoff and returns with an impressive victory. Here for trainer Bruce Levine.
Really just nice effort and good job by Bruce having this horse prepared off the bench at $15. Wow, way too big a price for a horse who won as easily as my man Matty.
Pick 3, almost $1,000 as well. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with Bruce Levine. Don't worry, Bruce, I won't tell the story. Let's talk about him today, though. My man Matty, he He broke fine, but he wasn't immediately on the lead like we had seen from him in some of his efforts. But Isaac Castillo took nothing away from him today, and he cruised to victory.
He run big today. This is by far his best race. I mean, he was fresh. He was feeling good, trained good, and the jock rode him great. You know, the one broke. He just kind of sat off him and let the horse kind of tugged him to the lead. And then when he went, he went. And he was really good today.
5-year-old, only his 5th start. Talk about the patience you've had to have with this guy who obviously has ability.
He does. I mean, Jason, the owner, I mean, he's got the patience because, you know, every time I run him, I said he's got to go back to the farm. And hopefully this will be, you know, gave him his time, and he's really good right now. So knock wood, I hope he stays sound.
Yeah, getting him on a winter campaign. For a horse like this, I mean, is it... You know, you go through this first level allowance for New York breds. You just hope you keep ticking off those kind of conditions?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a great time to have one because, you know, he's got the 1, now he's got the 2X state bred, and hopefully, you know, move on to 1X. So, you know, it's a good time to have a good fresh horse like him.
Well, keep him rolling today was hopefully just the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Bruce Levine getting my man Matty back to the races today in fine fashion. Pretty quick time, Greg, with that 109 and change.
He was impressive. This is going to be one of the horses we certainly remember from this Friday card. And interested to see where he comes back next time out for Bruce Levine. And it sounds like obviously a lot of options left with him.
Yeah, I mean, he still has 1 New York bred condition, and the beauty of having a New York bred, you win those conditions, and then you're eligible for non-winners of one other than open company because the state bred races aren't held against you. Bruce Levine, just such a good trainer for so many years, well over 2,200 wins now.
Had a great feeling as you look at the late pick 5 follow along to go back and watch a race you just won, see how it played out.
Yeah, all the tension, all the nervous energy is gone, and now I can just relax and watch the work my horse is doing.
So a $15 winner leg 2 of the late pick 5 with 3 legs remaining. Up next, it's a conditioned $14,000 claiming race. Basically, non-winners have 3 life in this field, or you can be a 3-year-old, but even the 3-year-olds in here are non-winners of 3 life. So 1 turn mile coming up, and Union Light's been the most consistent runner of anybody in this field.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 wins, 5 seconds. He shows up. He's been in good form, too. A couple of well-beaten seconds, but just second best the last 2 starts.
So one more on this coming up, approaching the 17-minute mark to post in this $14,000 condition claiming 1 turn mile. Coming up tomorrow on our coverage, Cigar Mile Saturday, live coverage from on-site in Jamaica, Caymanas Park in that Mute Mile. It's going to be a huge afternoon of racing on the island. Take a quick look at the field that's going to line up for the main event. Look at this. 16 going postward. And we expect nothing less than winners from Andy Serling and Rajiv Mirage. Here's a preview of what's ahead.
Well, we all know how much everybody in Jamaica loves horse racing, but I have some experience in New York. Rajiv's got a lot more experience down here in Jamaica.
Yeah, well, you'll see tomorrow, Andy, the passion that these Jamaicans are going to show. The build up into this race has been from all year following these horses here locally. Everyone has put this race day on their calendar to try to separate the best horse in Jamaica. And you will see the fans come out in full force tomorrow.
And you could see the excitement this morning. We were on the backstretch a little bit, talking to trainers, talking to some riders as well. And everybody's excited. We're here. Big event. I don't think we're really a big deal here. The big deal is this race. And the big deal is racing in Jamaica and everything they've done here at Caymanas Park.
Yeah, you know, you can go everywhere island-wide, and all people be talking about is this Mute Mile tomorrow. This will be any bar, any restaurant that you go to. This is what everybody's talking about, coming to the track tomorrow and the Mute Mile.
It's such a big event here that the morning show in Jamaica had Rajiv on. You look pretty sharp this morning.
Thank you. I think that was more for the good looks than, you know, my horse racing experience. But
I'm on the bigger show later, so we'll debate whether or not it was a thing about good looks. But anyway, it's been an amazing week here already, and this weekend's going to get even better.
I just want to see more of some of these incredible sights we've been seeing. They've been sending us back from Jamaica. What a trip, what an opportunity. And we're proud to be able to bring this race that everyone on that island seems to be excited about.
I love it. I love their enthusiasm. Listen, we've seen the passion, enthusiasm from our Jamaican fans here in New York, and now they're at home. And what a great backdrop. You have those mountains, you have the beach. It really is absolutely beautiful. How do we work this out? Me and you, we got to make a trip, I think.
Put our names in the hat, please. We're going to have to make our case coming up. I didn't even know about it, and Andy was already on the trip.
Yeah, I think they kind of kept that low key. There wasn't a hat to put any names in. Listen, Rajiv, you know, he started out there. I think he's been doing a terrific job. He was a terrific rider. He's been doing a terrific job for us. I love the week he spent on air with us here. And what better person to have represent racing in Jamaica than Rajiv?
No question. He does a lot of work there, has a lot of businesses out in Jamaica that are thriving as well. Popular man, perfect man for the job. So we look forward to that coverage coming up tomorrow on our Cigar Mile Saturday here on America's Day at the Races, including this Mute Mile from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back the 7th, 15 minutes away, as you get a look at Amani's Eagle for the Morley Barn. It's going to be stretching back out in distance. Manny Franco will ride. We'll have more on the 7th when we come back right after this.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I love the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she brakes cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, but just hung out with her. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
What a moment. We saw that play out on our air on the program at Saratoga. I mean, she had a big win prior to that as well. 2 graded stakes wins that summer at Saratoga. And here's the one that Tom Morley's going to be sending out in the upcoming race here, Amani's Eagle.
Yeah, for Jay Provenzano, looking for a rolling double here. He just had the winner of the last race, and now he's got Amani's Eagle stretching out to the mile. Flying Peace Stable. His pink colors are very distinctive.
So this one's stretching back out 2 for 26, lifetime record. But again, we talked about the most consistent horse in this race. And it's not just like this horse wins a ton. It's non-winners at 3 life, the condition. But this horse consistently, for the last 5 starts, has run essentially the same figure. And that figure is much faster than anybody in this field.
Yeah, and you love consistency when you know a horse is going to be honest and show up and give you that effort.
So Dylan Davis for Jimmy Ryerson here on Union Lights. But tells you it's a difficult group, at least for most handicappers in here, that you have a 7-2 favorite.
Well, I think part of the problem, though, too, is Union Lights, as consistent as he is, he has 2 wins, 5 seconds, as does Amani's Eagle. And when horses start accumulating more of those seconds and wins, you just start to question their desire to actually be the leader as opposed to being more comfortable just running with the pack.
Some tough races, though, that he's been in. We talked about it when I was on Talking Horses with Sarah, that non-winners at 3, 2 back, unusually difficult. Non-winners at 3 life for 14,000. And Brooklyn Diamonds, who won that race, won with an 82 buyer, came back to back it up with essentially an even better number. You don't expect to see someone win 14,000 non-winners of 3 life running that kind of figure.
No, and listen, I think it's a very fair point you're making, is that it's not like he's getting beat in noses, necks, heads, half a length. He's getting beat open length, so he's not giving you the impression that he's hanging. He's just hitting a horse that's just better than him on the day.
9 minutes away from the 7th coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And while the 2 lukewarm favorites in here, in Amani's Eagle, as well as Union Lights, look the part in the paddock. Let's take a look at a horse who's coming in from out of town for Mike Gorham, and that is number 3, Grandpa's Kid. He does look a little bit slower on paper, to be fair, but fits nicely with this crew, at least physically looking at him, where a lot of their coats have gone the wrong way this time of year. Not the case for him. Bright and happy disposition here in the paddock. And maybe he's one that will appreciate kind of more of a one-turn type of scenario because he is a little bit smaller and handier. So we'll see what he does. Definitely one that is going to be a price that caught my eye, at least looking at them here in the paddock. As we'll also check in with one that's coming off of a layoff, and that's number 8, Regality, off the back of a fast effort. I mean, his last 3 efforts have been on the quicker side, and he does have that early speed, at least going 1 mile and an 1/8. So we'll see what he displays here. Michelle Nevin is one of those trainers whose horses tend to carry a lot of conditioning, and that is not the case for this guy, who is just kind of really lightened up. And I just wish he looked a bit stronger coming back here. Now, he's a decent price, so I don't want to really hard push off of him because you'll get rewarded if he runs well here, but just wish there was a little bit more muscle mass for him coming back off the bench today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Our post spread coming up shortly. 6-1 on the 8. And there's a look at Manny Franco, who's going to team up for the Morley Barn here in those Flying Peace Stable 6. What a year it has been for Manny Franco. As we say all the time, how athletic he is. I call him the silent assassin. Just goes about his work. Always seems to have a positive attitude about things. And here's his mounts coming up on Saturday.
and he's consistent. He shows up every race, every day, and gives you an effort. It doesn't matter if it's a lower level race or a grade 1. Manny is on his belly. He's so strong. He's physically talented. He's an athlete. And he's won over 200. I guess he's closing in now on 230 wins on the year. He's going to be New York's leading rider again this year. Third time for that accomplishment. That's huge.
Riders up. There's Manny hopping aboard Amani's Eagle. So again, the stretch out for this 6-year-old now, son of the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah. Favoritism actually going outside. What is happening with Blue Grotto, who was 15-1 morning line?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit surprising. Listen, Rudy Rodriguez does good work, but, I mean, this horse was well beaten 2 back off a layoff, and then he tried turf. Even if you put the line through that, the other races still leave plenty to be desired.
He's probably, look at the doubles, maybe going to be 4th choice in here. Wow. Surprising. Kick things off here with Cheeky Tico. Gets the rail. It's first off the claim, Orlando Noda.
Yeah, has been chasing Union Lights. He's been 3rd twice with Union Lights when he was 2nd.
Grandpa's Kid, here's Kendrick Carmouche for Mike Gorham.
I think, this horse has been running well enough at Delaware to be competitive here.
There's Manny Franco.
I think he's very interesting, Amani's Eagle. I like this horse on the stretch out.
Union Lights, Dylan Davis at 9-2.
Yeah, listen, you talked about his consistency, and I like horses that are consistent.
MB's Munning, Lane Luzzy at 10-1. Closed out yesterday's card with a 10-1 shot.
Yeah, listen, Lane's been riding well and, with limited opportunities, and he won on this horse going 6.5. Will he stretch out effectively?
Regality. It's Luis Rivera Jr. for Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, also coming off an extended layoff, and he is a horse that should be forward.
Slowly making his way there up the path, Prince of Joy.
Yeah, I mean, he just would be a surprise. His recent form leaves a lot to be desired. You'd have to go back to last January here at Aqueduct to find a race that would put him competitive here.
What are we missing with Blue Grotto?
I'm thinking on the fly here. Blue Grotto adds blinkers, and he comes in off a back-to-back bullet gate work. So maybe, and 3 bullet works, when I say bullet works, fastest works of the day at that distance. So maybe they put the blinkers on, and it just changed this horse's perspective.
Take and play like someone knows something about them. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Nauer Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code at sign-up, match 200 to take advantage on the app or right there at NauerBets.com. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, guys, just quickly on Blue Grotto. Look, Rudy's one of those trainers, when his horses get bet, they usually run pretty well. And I think it's maybe Rudy's communication with his owners. Maybe his owners are betting. When they get bet, they usually run well, especially when they come down like that. Our morning line maker, David Aragona, one of the best in the game, he doesn't often make that mistake if there's not some information. Let's talk about the 2 horses I thought were a little bit interesting. The 6Gs. No, MB's Munning. I think there's a horse named G Munning or something. That's why I got that confused. MB's Munning. It feels like, you know what they say about the wedding, right? If you miss the wedding. This just feels like last time was the time. Likely going to be a little bit over bet in this spot. And trying something for the first time, right? Going the 6.5 versus going the mile. I thought this kind of fell into the 6's hands last time, MB's Munning, and worked out. I think the horse is interesting to use. I wouldn't want to get beat by this horse in multi-race wagers, but this is not exactly the type of horse that I would want to bet to win. Though I wouldn't be shocked at all if this horse were to pull it off again. For me, I'm more of the 8 Regality. This is a horse that has some tactical speed. I think being forward is a huge advantage. Remember that throughout this winter and early spring at Aqueduct, where we're running constantly on the dirt when there's no turf racing. Sometimes it just makes sense to find the horses that are going to be the most forward. That's what wins dirt racing in America. And Regality, who I thought ran well last time, going the 9 furlongs. So there's going to be no issue cutting back to the mile. Drawn towards the outside of the main competition, outside of Blue Grotto, obviously, who's jumped into the mix but doesn't have very much early speed. I think Regality is going to work out a pretty nice trip. And I think that Regality is the one that you want in here at a little bit of a price. Let's see, what did it change to? 6-1. Makes sense to me.
All right, JK, thanks. Meanwhile, the biggest story of this race right now, at least from a wagering perspective, is all this money, favoritism right now on that horse right there. That's Blue Grotto, 15-1 morning line. Equipment change, and as Mick pointed out, some sharp drills in the morning. You got to assume with the blinkers on. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I mean, his last 3 drills, workouts have been bullets. So what is he showing? It's really hard to gauge a workout on paper if you're not seeing it in person as to how they did it. But I would have to think that Human Harkey probably was aboard for at least those gate drills for Rudy Rodriguez, as he does have the mount today. Now, he puts a fairly significant cup blinker on, talking about those. It's kind of a 3/4 cup, a French cup, as we like to say. And he's gotten a pretty aggressive warm-up, but I don't know that in his 24th start of his career, we're going to suddenly make this horse a speed type, because he is one that certainly lags behind. I think it's more of, let's not let him lag behind too much. Let's have him woken up. And JK's absolutely right that Rudy does tell his owners, they talk a lot, and I'm sure that they're betting here. But it's not like I have seen a serious transformation. He always makes a decent impression on me, but physically he looks much the same. It's just those blinkers with the workouts coming in here that I've noticed are different. And like I said, the 2 logical horses in here, the 4 and 5, I think look best on the track and in the paddock. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, a lot to like with Union Lights at 5-1 in here, and we'll see if he can pick up the 3rd win of his career. Again, the most probably consistent runner in this group, and is this now just a different horse on the outside? Blue Grotto with his equipment change being bet like that is the case. From a horse who was 15-1 morning line to the 5-2 current favor right now. You do not see that very often. Set it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 7th from Aqueduct.
Blue Grotto to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Amani's Eagle breaks with early speed. There's Norgay in the early fray as well. And towards the outside, Regality is trying to join them. From in between horses, though, it's Manny Franco and Amani's Eagle. They're in front, and they're up by 3/4 of a length as they get set to come out of the chute. And Manny tries to tap on the brakes immediately. Is in front, is now trying to slow this front runner down. Amani's Eagle is cleared by a length and a half. A lineup of 4 in behind that. Tightly at the rail is going to be Cheeky Tico. Moving forward there. Towards the inside in the 2 path, that's going to be Norgay, and they're joined on the outside here from Salute to America and Regality. Up on the far outside, it's Prince of Joy, who's making up moderate ground now, is in the 5th position, and Blue Grotto behind them. In that last grouping comes Grandpa's Kid, as they are tightly bunched up here towards the back. Union Lights wants forward progress, and MB's Munning is the trailer, but only 3.5 off the lead with less than a half mile to go. 47.33. It's a moderate tempo for Amani's Eagle at 7-2 is front. Amani's Eagle is doing it nicely up top. Here comes the run from Prince of Joy, is now ranging up 4 wide. Regality is under a full drive. At the rail, that's Norgay trying to make up some ground. Blue Grotto, MB's Munning is wide. Also chasing is Union Lights, dropping back with Salute to America. Amani's Eagle has controlled things up top and says, come catch me. Amani's Eagle now sprints for home. Amani's Eagle, here comes the run from Norgay down towards the inside, and Blue Grotto on the grandstand side. Blue Grotto is making up some big ground, and Blue Grotto is now past Amani's Eagle, who's back to second. Norgay, Prince of Joy, also coming on is Regality, but Blue Grotto is going to be much the best here. Blue Grotto strides away and wins this one by 4. Amani's Eagle will hold second. Then came a photo, was late running Grandpa's Kid with Union Lights at 1:37.3.
One of the starkest examples of pay attention to the betting on the board of a horse who was 15-1 morning line and went off as the 2-1 favorite. We talked about those 3 bullet drills with the equipment change. This horse was dead last early on.
Dead last early on, circled widest. For the day, the fractions were moderate to slow. I mean, the track has been playing very fast all day. Amani's Eagle is sailing along on the lead, and I honestly thought at this point the race is over, and then you go, wait, who's this? Oh, that's Blue Grotto with the addition of blinkers, and he really finished. Came down the lane, came home his last eighth of a mile in less than 13 seconds for this level of horse that's running. He's on his wrong lead, leading with his left foreleg, not his proper right foreleg through the stretch. Did not matter. He drew off as much the best. And does that go into the heading? They knew.
This is remarkable. I mean, he'd had blinkers on before. It's not like this is some completely different change with a different barn. Wow. This is quite a turnaround for this horse at 2-1 from that 15-1 morning line for the win. And he does it circling wide, last early, and as easy as could be.
Yeah, I mean, he was decidedly best here. Nice effort from Amani's Eagle.
As you said, too, I mean, this was a pretty slow early pace.
Slow early pace, and even watching him early, he was last, but it wasn't like he was last and he was traveling well. He was already being asked to kind of keep up, and then he just kicked into gear. You know, obviously, listen, he ran well with blinkers in the past, but he had been nowhere near this form. This was some effort today.
What a reversal of fortunes in form for Blue Grotto. And everybody knew but us.
Well, honestly, looking at the betting, I thought it was a little bit out of line. Obviously, it was not.
Well, you had to pay attention to the board, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the way Amani's Eagle was traveling, I really thought it was all over but the shouting. But here came Blue Grotto, and nice to see Heeman Harkey get a win here for Rudy Rodriguez, giving him an opportunity.
10-4-3-5. Blue Grotto, the 2-1 favorite with the win here in the 7th. Our feature coming up next. And Lena Rice with a couple of chances to win that race. When we return, full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, looking for his big moment on the Derby Trail in tomorrow's Remsen. We'll preview his chances for Dornoch when we come back on the program. Stay with us.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Verstappen! War Bomber in front. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team takes the lead. SEAL Team! Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to the very exciting America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Lapa. Well, the ultimate they knew got the job done here in today's 7th race, Blue Grotto, with those blinkers going on. And I'm pleased to be joined by Rudy Rodriguez, as well as, for those who regularly watch our show, you may have caught Rudy a couple days ago, the man, the myth, the legend, Pinky. Hello. I think that's all we're going to get out of him. Poor Pinky. I had to twist his arm to stand here with us. But Rudy, I will correct myself. It was actually Pinky working Blue Grotto in those bullet drills coming in here.
Yeah, we make an appointment a couple of times with Harky, but he wasn't in finger lace.
It's a big shot now.
He was in finger lace, closing the finger lace up, and I tell Pinky, jump on and get him going. But he was very good for him. A couple of times we put him in company with 3 horses out of the gate, and he beat him. Well, I make a bet with the guys in the gate for breakfast, so they owe me.
All right, gate crew. But why do these horses get along so well with Pinky?
He just very relaxed guy. He just get along. If they jump, he don't even bother him. He just, okay, you wanna jump, you wanna kick, you wanna do whatever. He just get along good with the best horses. So that's good to have for sure.
And for sure, how many people did you tell about this horse? Because he was coming off of an ease effort, albeit on the turf. He was 15-1 morning line, and he goes off the 2-1 favorite.
Probably call Andy over there in Jamaica, He's from Jamaica, so I don't know. If you tell me this horse was going to be 2-1, I say you out of your mind.
Well, he was much the best today. Pinky, well done. You've booted in a lot of winners lately.
You call Andy in Jamaica?
I try my best. That's all I got to do. Come to work, show up, try my best. That's it.
Well, that's the right motto, and I'm sure he definitely called Andy. Enjoy yourself, guys. Congratulations here.
How much money do you put on?
Oh, gosh. That's TMI, Greg.
They had to spread the word a little bit, so they were not getting that 15-1. 2-1 favorite. And the man who was working the horse in the morning.
If we see Pinky in the paddock at Caymanas Park tomorrow, we know he moved aboard Blue Grotto at 670 over Amani's Eagle. Grandpa's Kid rounded out your try. Union Lights, maybe a little bit of a regression from him. Not as good an effort as he's been. But
important lesson, too, for those that don't follow the game and play all that often, always pay attention to the board. And that was a striking standout of a horse taking money that you did not expect.
From 15-1 morning line to favoritism, and then to win like a favorite should win. And just getting back to Pinky real quick, being an exercise rider, the best thing for an exercise rider is to be relaxed. Horses feed on your energy. If you're nervous or worried or a little bit afraid, they're going to feed on that. If you're relaxed, they're going to relax.
Pinky seems relaxed.
Really laid back.
Feature races coming up next. Allow It to Optional Claiming Group, 1 turn mile in Linda Rice, with both Hot Fudge and Movie Moxie both coming in off layoffs. Movie Moxie, huge effort at a mile. The last time that we saw the 6-year-old mare, she beat Gerrymander in that race from the Chad Brown barn. Been waiting to see this one make her return. Finally does today, but Hot Fudge has been able to get the better of her whenever they've met.
I think Hot Fudge is just a little bit more tactical, right? She's going to get more forward position, and that lends itself to getting better trips. Small field, 6 horses. I don't think that'll play much of a factor today, but they both are coming off of layoffs and roughly about the same amount of time off.
Meanwhile, Grade 2 Remsen, we talked about Dornoch, full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, making his graded stakes debut coming up on the Saturday card in the Remsen with Derby points on the line. That would be Dornoch for Danny Gargan. Luis Saez in town to ride. This horse just took a huge step forward in the 3rd start of his career. They put him in a stake in start number 2, but he breaks his maiden. Big jump up with a 90 Beyer this victory. It's still very green, as you see in the stretch.
Yeah, you're going to see. He turns for home. He's been in front every step of the way. He wants to lug in a little bit towards the inside rail on his left lead, meaning his left foreleg is the one leading. You saw Luis Saez there try to shift his weight and get him to change over to his right or proper lead in the stretch, and he didn't want to do it. He just hung on his left lead and ran through the wire. This was a big effort for a horse that feels like he still can improve because he's still figuring it out. He's still learning.
And his full brother just recently retired. Kentucky Derby winner Mage. So now we'll see if Dornoch is able to follow in his brother's footsteps. Tall task, but step one coming up tomorrow. And he did take that big move forward last time out. Meanwhile, the Dutrow barn with a talented 2-year-old. And where's Chris, who turned the tables on Bookham Dano last time out? Bilal finished third in here, who's going to try and deal with Where's Chris again on Saturday.
So Where's Chris was very resolute going a mile. He was attending a moderate pace. Bookham Dano, a very nice horse in his own right. Maybe didn't want all of the mile, but Where's Chris continued, and he fought. And I like when horses show that dimension. He was run off his feet a bit in the futurity when Bookham Dano won by better than 6 lengths. Not the case here going a mile, distance being a great equalizer. And he seems like it has kind of a relentless stride that the 1 1/8 should be within his grasp.
Seemed like he was fighting more late in that race, which is a positive sign.
Yeah, it really did. You know, it might have been a little bit that Bookham Dano kind of was getting a little bit tired, maybe showing that he didn't want the mile. But his stride never deteriorated, Where's Chris? He just kept at it, and that bodes well to get a 1 1/8.
Things going exceedingly well for this barn right now as well.
Yeah, everything Rick Dutrow's put on the racetrack is running well. He's winning at a high percentage, better than 30% here at this Aqueduct stand. And Where's Chris is a nice horse. I mean, they're all young horses at this point. And some are going to take a step forward, and some you've already seen the best of them. It's like children. Some kids are just more precocious than others. It's the same thing with horses. I think there are a couple of interesting horses that are coming off from maiden-breaking efforts, but this is the fun part of our game, trying to fit these puzzle pieces together. Who is going to be a player come Spring Classic times?
Early prep on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby as we turn the page to 2024 in this Grade 2 Remsen for still 2-year-olds. Looking forward to it on our Saturday coverage. We hope you join us. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Our feature race coming up next. 2 for Linda Rice, and there's the 3-5 favorite from her barn, Hot Fudge. First race back since mid-June and owns a couple of victories over her stablemate, Movie Moxie. Can she do it again? We'll find out.
At the rail, Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his dates with destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic, a huge performance
All
all
the way out 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Mind-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage with our feature coming up on the Friday card here in South Ozone Park, New York, and that glorious view of Manhattan in the background. And here's a look at the odds-on favor right now for Linda Rice. Hot Fudge, off since June 16th. Last time we saw her on the racetrack, she went gate to wire, going 7/8 of a mile, and in the process beat a former Grade 1 winner in Chi-Town Lady.
I mean, she just looks so formidable. She's faced good company. She's been a gem of consistency, runs fast figures. And doesn't it look like she's lone speed in
She
here?
looks loose.
Yeah.
No question. This is a look back to Hot Fudge back on June 16th, last time we saw her. And this was the victory over Rosebud, who's very talented as well for Bill Mott. And then Grade 1 winner Chi-Town Letty, who had won the test on that wet track a couple summers ago at Saratoga.
Yeah, and you saw she kind of corners a bit wide. It looked like she was trying to drift out there into the stretch, and then she straightened up once she got to her right lead in the stretch. Maybe that was one of the reasons why she went for a little bit of a freshening here, Greg. You know, sometimes when horses start to drift, they're showing, well, maybe something niggling at them a little bit. But I couldn't come up with anybody in here that can kind of entertain her early.
Yeah, it looks like she is going to be alone in front. The mile, though, distance, potentially a question. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And Greg, I think it's a major question with Hot Fudge. I know in that replay we just saw from her going the 7/8, it projects to work out the same way, where she gets to control easily from a somewhat outside post position and take these gate to wire, you would think. But I mean, the lone mile try was in Grade 1 company, so we can't really have that as a gauge. Now, looking at her, I think she tops out in a mile. I certainly don't want to see her going any further than this, where there does feel like there's horses in here that certainly want the distance. She was a little uncomfortable after saddling. She was kind of walking a little bit short-strided. It's what we call girthy, when that, it was actually the undergirth, the regular girth, that went on, where she was like, oh, I'm a little bit sensitive to that. She's kind of walked out of it now, but she looks fit overall. I have no problems with that. The major question for me is the distance coming back off such a layoff, as we'll check in with number 2 in here, Evidencias, who gets back to the dirt. And while it was over a track listed as good in Brazil, we don't really know the overall condition of it. I was enamored with this filly when she showed up for the Athenia for Christophe Clement, but she also looked as though maybe a race would benefit her a little bit from the fitness perspective, and it looks as though it has moved her forward. We'll see. I don't see the mile being a problem for her. I like this filly. I think despite, starting her career in South America, I think there's some quality to her, and I'm excited to see what she does for only her second start on the dirt here stateside. I will say, proverbially speaking, she does have more of a turf hoof, but she does also have that race looking at us 2 back right in the face in January, Greg.
Yeah, just because what she's doing in here, Evidencias, this Brazilian filly, I thought was one of the most interesting runners on today's card. The fact that Christophe Clement putting her on dirt, her only dirt start, Group 2 win in a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, and a dominant Group 2 win there. As a matter of fact, open over 6-length victory. It was going a mile and a quarter. How will that translate going the mile? But she was effective going less than a mile on turf.
Meanwhile, that was a quick look at Movie Moxie. She's got the best performance of anybody in this field when she beat Gerrymander and Venti Valentine last time out.
Yeah, I mean, that's serious company she was handling there. She was doing the dirty work, too. Gerrymander was loose on the lead, moderate enough fractions, 47-2 for Gerrymander, was floated wide into the stretch by Gerrymander, and just kept at it. Resolute would not be denied. And the difference between her and Hot Fudge is Hot Fudge had 1 start at a mile, did not hit the board. Movie Moxie has 8 starts at a mile with 4 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3.
Yes. And there's a look at her. It was a brilliant win by Movie Moxie. Before you judge Hot Fudge too harshly, it was the 3rd start of her career. It was against Echo Zulu, and Gerrymander is a 2-year-old when she went on to become a champion that year. I wouldn't judge her too harshly yet on the distance.
Isn't that what we get paid to do?
But she does got to prove it. I mean, it's fair enough. Sweet Wilhelmina, she's taking plenty of support here for Scott Lake coming in from out of town.
A 17-time winner. You have to respect horses that know the route to the winner's circle.
Here's the Brazilian filly making the move back to dirt.
It's a Group 2 winner on dirt. You shouldn't overlook her.
And a Group 1 winner on the turf. Cairo Sugar for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, it just feels like she's going to have to run faster than she ever has in her life to be competitive here.
Yeah, Mozienko, she has beat Movie Moxie in the past.
Yeah, Mosienko was in really good form last year and early into this year and just hasn't been quite the same form this year.
Hot Fudge looked like she's going to have control of the race from the outset.
I think she's the speed of the speed. She should be able to – there's not a lot of speed here. She should just get very comfortable.
And Movie Moxie, she's been beat by her stablemate Hot Fudge 2 of the last 4 times she's been on the racetrack, but that huge effort last time we saw her.
Yeah, big effort there and well posted, and she is shown that she is very effective at the distance.
She has been, for what it's worth, with Movie Moxie, a 3-time vet scratch since that win. So Linda Rice been trying to get her back to the racetrack. It hasn't happened. Finally, we're going to see her today. Get signed up, play along with Naira Bets. New members, that's the code to punch in. Match 200 and get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. Let's go to Jonathan.
Sneak it in. Yeah, guys, look, I want to elaborate a little bit on Movie Moxie. Not only 3 vet scratches, this horse has been entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times since June 24th. Whether it's, MTOs and things like that, the horse has been entered that many times. That horse will have to beat me. Hot Fudge, been scratched twice. It has a nice number, but the 5, I'm going to try to beat that horse. I'm going to go with the 2. And I don't really have a lot of reason why, and that's because it's the past performances don't give you any reason to feel like that's the case. But I will say this. This horse was entered in a stake first time for Christophe Clement in the U.S. Against technical analysis. That didn't work out that day. Switches to get Lasix and has been working on the dirt. This is more a play for me where I trust Christophe Clement as a future Hall of Famer. You shouldn't have to use the word future, but as a future Hall of Famer, and I just feel like if he feels like this horse can dirt, there's a lot of other options. He could have shipped this horse down south to Florida to get ready for some grass racing down here, and the fact that he decided to keep here, I think there's at least a little bit of a chance, Mags, just a little bit of a chance that this horse will handle the dirt.
Well, I just actually spoke to her trainer, Christophe Clement, JK, and he's really liked what he's seen from her on the dirt working in the morning. He did say that he wished that this race was 1 1/8. Obviously, the 1 1/4 win 2 back would say that more distance is ultimately better for her, but he does think she'll make a good showing of herself, and she looks sensational. She looks by far the best, at least in this field, and you're getting a generous 5-1 on her. But let's check in with the other Linda Rice trainee, number 6, Movie Moxie. As you heard JK say, she has been a vet scratch at least 3 times. I know there was one occasion where they shipped her over and something happened on the van ride, but there has just been a lack of consistency with this filly showing up, mare, to the races and in her work tab. And I wish she looked better in her coat. She doesn't look unfit by any means, but I don't know. I don't trust her at all. If she wins, she certainly beats me. But one that is the model of consistency is number 1, Sweet Wilhelmina. Man, she does not miss any dance. Back at it here after getting elevated to first, 2 back. Tried Stakes Company last time out down at Laurel. Back in here for Scott Lake, and she's just cool. I mean, she never runs particularly fast, but she just shows up. And she's somewhat unassuming. She's kind of small and carries her weight quite well and just kind of gets on with it. I respect her and am a big fan of hers, but I gotta try Evidencias one more time here, Greg, getting to the dirt.
Undefeated on the surface. It was in Brazil. It was a great 2. It was 1 1/4, and we'll see if she is up to the task here against this group. I mean, there's some runners in this spot. This is not an easy allowance optional claiming field.
No, it's not. But listen, I think she makes a lot of sense too, and the money's starting to really come in on her. I went against everybody's conventional wisdom. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not going to dispute anything anybody said about Movie Moxie. I'm going to go back to that gerrymander race, and that's where I'm going to hang my hat, and that she's well posted from the outside with Kendrick, who I think continues to ride in really good form.
If she can reproduce that race, it's over.
And listen, great points about how many scratches, and Linda Rice tends to scratch horses when she's not completely happy with the scenario. So that could have lent to some of more of the scratches as well. It's very fair points. this race a head scratcher to me. I didn't like Hot Fudge. I wound up on Movie Moxie.
Feature on our Friday card, 1-turn mile. And Linda Rice with 2 chances to get a second win on today's card. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Sweet Wilhelmina breaks well towards the inside and speed towards the outside here from Hot Fudge. It's going to be Hot Fudge who's in command. Cairo Sugar is in between horses, tightly bunched towards the front end as Movie Moxie joins them. It's going to be 4 wide here as they come out of the chute. In between horses, Mozienko, Sweet Wilhelmina broke on top, is now back to 5th at the back of the leading group, and the early trailer, Evidencias. They work up the backstretch, and Hot Fudge at 8-5 has got the front. Hot Fudge went 23.50. Unopposed now on the front end. It's Cairo Sugar who's to the inside here of Movie Moxie. They share 2nd and 3rd. Mozienko's in 4th. Sweet Wilhelmina's in a tight spot here at the rail is in 5th. And Evidencia's caught up to the group. Is now at the back of the field, but 4 lengths to cover them all as they get set to move to the half-mile point. And it's now Hot Fudge fully in command, and Hot Fudge turns it up. Movie Moxie continues to chase here from 2nd with Cairo Sugar, now driven along at the rail in 3rd. Sweet Wilhelmina is trying to move in between rivals with Mozienko, and Evidencia started a rally from the back of the pack, 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. It's Hot Fudge who's still fending them off. Movie Moxie is ranging up on the outside. Cairo Sugar trying to hang in at the rail. Sweet Wilhelmina in between horses. Evidencia is rallying on from the back of the field. Hot Fudge has done all the lifting up front, and Hot Fudge is now striding away. It's Hot Fudge just sprinting clear. Evidencias is now about to engage and take 2nd. Movie Moxie, Cairo Sugar, Sweet Wilhelmina. They are all chasing Hot Fudge. Hot Fudge beautifully handled on the front end and will take them gate to wire. It's all Hot Fudge to win it. Then came Evidencia, Sweet Wilhelmina up for 3rd over Movie Moxie in 1:36.30.
Hot Fudge got the lead, controls in here, and now 4 for 6 since this filly has come back off a very long layoff, about a year and a half. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, 2 for Linda today, as she is now 8 back of the all-time record for wins in a year on the NYRA circuit.
Sights set on it. She runs a lot of horses and a lot of live horses. Had Hot Fudge ready off the bench, controlled the race much like we thought she would. Just got very comfortable on the lead. Jose Lezcano fits her like a glove, and he just rides consistently good races day in, day out. Not with a lot, without a lot of fanfare, no, drama, histrionics, and Hot Fudge was best and just drew off as much as the best. A really big effort from Evidencias, who broke slowly, looked uncomfortable early, and really made a bold bid. Just came up 2nd best to Hot Fudge. Sweet Wilhelmina, consistent, hard knocking. She got 3rd. Movie Moxie had every opportunity. Perfect trip under Kendrick Carmouche. Faded to 4th.
5-2-1-6. And after 5 consecutive training titles on this circuit, Linda Rice in a position to make history this year. The record set by David Jacobson back in 2013. And now 8 away. We're into December, so the days dwindling before we shift to 2024, but a big chance to get that mark.
A big chance. And listen, when you're in a position, I don't think you ever set out to break records, but when you get into a position where you can break it, you're going to make a concerted effort to get it done. So, maybe enter a few more, find a few more live horses to put in. It's a huge accomplishment. You think of the history of New York racing and the tremendous horse trainers over the years, that Linda Rice is even in this position is phenomenal.
Incredible. And there's one of her go-to guys, Jose Lezcano. He's been on board for both wins for Linda this afternoon. Hot Fudge at 8-5. This horse was as low as 3-5 at one point. So if you like this horse, who we all knew was going to control on the front end, goes the right way for you in terms of the odds.
And underscores once again, speed is a good commodity to have.
5-2-1-6, 8-5 on your winner. Hot Fudge in our feature nightcap still to come. We'll be back with prices from the 8th right after this on our FS2 coverage. Stay with us.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Thanks for being with us on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Friday feature, and it goes to Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano, KEM Stables. And this 4-year-old filly, now 4 for 6 since she has come back here in 2023. What a return to the races. Winner Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. As expected, able to control on the front end and gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, always comfortable on the lead, traveling well. You can see she always has a tendency to want to drift out. You see the way her head is turned in just slightly. A little more pressure on the inside rein. Jose Lezcano keeping her straight. Boy, she has turned into a gem of consistency. And this is a really nice effort, particularly coming off a layoff, to be able to go a mile wire to wire like this. And Hot Fudge, she really did kind of blow out late too, didn't she? The 8-5 wound up being kind of generous late.
And we'll see. Keep our eyes on Evidencias, that Brazilian import. See if she remains on dirt. Ran very good.
Yeah, that was a big effort for her. She kind of missed the break, was a little bit slow away from the stalls, and then a little bit slow early, just finding her stride. You know, Maggie talked about talking with Christophe Clement, her conditioner, and he was saying how he would have loved it to be a 1 1/8, and you could see why. Just the filly took a little while to find her stride.
Got that $15 horse in the mix. That's going to help this late pick 5 with 1 leg remaining. If you're able to beat an even money favorite here in the last, it'd be a very generous late pick 5. That even money favorite in this New York bred maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint is a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, who had a 10-1 drill at the Timonium sale, which resulted in this filly by Vino Rosso going for $350,000.
Yeah, hefty price tag for a New York bred Vino Rosso, owned by the same connections, trained by Todd Pletcher, and Vino Rosso himself broke his maiden at first asking right here at Aqueduct, going 7 furlongs.
Pletcher with Arad Ortiz Jr. on the short price favorite, who we'll get a look at in just a little bit. Saturday coverage from Jamaica coming up with Andy Serling, Rajiv Mirage, and one of the spots our crew got to visit, Dunn's River Falls, one of Jamaica's national treasures, really one of the most beautiful spots on the entire island. I don't know if they jumped into the waterfall or not.
If I go there, that's my first stop.
Wow.
I love waterfalls anyway. Oh, I'd be like cliff diving, man.
That's incredible.
I'm in.
Featured in the James Bond movie, Dr. No. For you Bond fans as well, love that one. Some great history there of Dunn's River Falls. Mute Mile coming up on Saturday from Caymanas Park. And they're expecting, I believe, about 8,000 on hand. But the whole island, so much excitement. That, having us there as well, which is great. But very big race. 16 runners lined up for their main event.
I love hearing, Rajiv Miraj talking about it earlier, how everybody on the island's talking about it. They've had this date circled on their calendar for these races. And we see the passion and love of horse racing by our Jamaican fans here in New York. And now there they are with their biggest race tomorrow. It really is. It's exciting. I really hope we get to experience it at one point. And I'm going to that waterfall.
Done deal. I'm with you. Mute Mile Field, here's a look at it. $150,000 purse from Caymanas Park. And again, 16 will line up. Andy Rajiv will have a lot more on this for you on the Saturday coverage.
And there's a jockey named Mirage in there. We get Julian Leperoux shipping in for it. That's actually Rajiv's uncle, Alan Mirage, on a 99-1 shot. Boy, if he takes that down, you think there'd be some partying going on in the winner's circle?
We want the after race footage they send back to us. We'll see if we can get a hold of that. We got 17 minutes to the finale on our Friday card. Coming up on Saturday, a race that this Hall of Famer has dominated. Todd Pletcher in the Demoiselle. Can he do it again? Life Talk. I'll have a Rat Ortiz Jr. on this filly by Gunrunner. Coming out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We'll be back. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Ultima, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies. Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes.
Nobody catching Society.
Cybernite has won the Haskell over Tama and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the Next-Gen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Thoroughbred Racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Two-item limit swings into action on the outside. My Lady Avy just in behind the lead, running in fourth as they come to the last furlong. Two-item limit now charging to the lead. Two-item limit is full of run past the 8th pole. Kingsland left behind in second. Sweet Dreams and My Lady Avy. It is Two-item limit who turns it on through the stretch. What a promising effort here by this filly. Two-item limit up to win by 6 or 7 lengths here.
Tempted Demoiselle back-to-back. Were blinkers the difference, or was the MIG the difference?
Nah, she was just a young horse that got better and better. Daughter of Twining, got better with distance. Trained by Stephen DeMoro Jr., who's not like a brother. He's my brother. And I mean, I grew up under contract to his father. And I rode in Saudi Arabia the day before. Joe Graffio, tremendous guy, good friend, the owner of Two Item Limit, was very concerned about me flying back from Saudi Arabia, getting in Saturday morning and riding her that day. Steven went to bat for me. We had to convince him I'd be fine. I'd get in, I'd take a nap, and I didn't look too much worse for the wear for that long flight back from Saudi Arabia. She was just a really, really nice filly. I got the biggest kick out of winning the Black-Eyed Susan Honor the next year because Steven and I, a few years earlier when I was just galloping horses, took Island Charm there with Mr. DeMoro's van, drove down there, ran her in the Black-Eyed Susan. We were fourth. But we got it done with Two Item Limit. Just not a very big filly, but she was hickory, a heart as big as the grandstand, and the all-time leading earner for an Illinois bred.
Yeah, millionaire plus Two Item Limit. That was back in 2000, that victory. We have this year's edition of the Demoiselle coming up on Saturday on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks for these 2-year-old fillies, soon to be turning 3, and Todd Pletcher has quite a list of winners in this race. He'll try and add another one with Life Talk. And Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, coming off a 4th place finish in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Yeah, listen, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, very tough race. She ran well there, beaten less than 4 lengths. A filly obviously with a lot of ability, and Todd seems to have a pretty good handle on winning the Demoiselle, or if you grew up in my section of Brooklyn, the Demoiselle. This was a nice effort from her in Saratoga to break her maiden and drew off quite readily. Tough race, a good race, and again, we're talking about young horses that could take steps forward. You know, who's developing and getting good at the right time.
Well, she finally gets away from just FYI, who beat her the last couple of starts as well in the Frizette and that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. But who's going to take that next step? Who's going to like the mile and an eighth? Gun runner out of a Bernardini mare. You would think she would like it as you take a look at what Pletcher has done in this race over the years and trying to win a 4th in a row coming up.
Yeah, and looking at that list, I'm seeing at least 3 champions, Nest, Malathat, and Ashado. Ashado, a Breeders' Cup winner, Malathat. I mean, just a who's who from the Todd Pletcher blind.
Great names on that list. Pletcher with a chance with Life Talk, who's the 8-5 morning line favorite in that Demoiselle tomorrow. He's got the favorite even money with that filly right here in the nightcap. Princess Vino making the debut coming up. We'll have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
And Princess Vino worked quite nicely at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. 10-1 for this filly, who really kind of extended herself well over the dirt with not being asked too much. And I really appreciated just the reach she has in her stride over the surface that she's going to run on today. It's just a better gauge, I think, sometimes at that Timonium sale. And they paid up for her as a daughter of freshman sire Vino Rosso and a New York bred, $350,000. Dam was a minor stakes winner going long on the dirt, and the second dam was Starlight, who's a stakes winner and graded stakes placed dirt sprinter. So there's pedigree for her to be effective at this 6 furlong, if not a little bit further. And she kind of presents that physically too. She's a little bit on the smaller side, but that's okay. With this group, she is so well prepared. She is so lean, fit, and defined, and really professional here. So all things good for your favorite, as we'll also check in with a first-time starter who is not 5-2 on the board, but that's her name. In number 10, Linda Rice will send out this daughter of Honor Code. And for Linda Rice, first, she actually does look really fit. A lot of times they look a little soft around the edges coming in for their debuts, but she's defined and tucked up. Might need to develop a little bit more. Wish she looked a little bit better in her coat, though she does have a nice second generational pedigree, and the second dam was AC Ducey, who's a multiple graded stakes winner, kind of 7/8 to a mile. And she also produced Preaching to the Devil, who's a good 2-year-old New York bred. So we might still want to take the wait and see approach, but I wouldn't totally discredit her from running well first time out here. Honestly, the horse that kind of caught my eye that I wasn't expecting to necessarily like was number 3, Handle on You, as Rudy Rodriguez looks to get another winner. Now, they've entered her for the turf, but she is now in a scheduled dirt race after not really showing much on the turf last time out. Ran well 2 back here at the Big A, or the Belmont at the Big A, I should say. And she just continues to develop. I mean, she's taken massive steps forward mentally. First time out, she was incredibly nervous. Not the case now in her 4th career start. She continues to fill out and get stronger. I think she's a little bit intriguing at a price here, Greg, at 8-1.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 8 minutes away from our nightcap coming up on this Friday card. Ruben Silveira with the mount on that 3-handle on you. Who, yeah, last time on dirt, little improvement there. It's going to be right in the mix. Irad Ortiz Jr. on the heavy favorite in the nightcap, and he has plenty of opportunities on a stakes-stacked Saturday card.
Yeah, and listen, he is in demand. He's got a tremendous agent, Steve Russian, one of the best to ever do it. So they have options, and they ride for all the right people, and he just rides incredibly well. I mean, he rides with a hunger that is usually exclusive to guys trying to make it. He's kept that hunger, and he has made it for a long time now.
It's incredible. So Life Talk, Good Sam Moonlight accretive for him on the Saturday card. Hope you join us for that Saturday coverage. Cigar Mile, Demoiselle, Remsen on the road to the Derby. Here's the one he's going to be riding in the nightcap, who is an even money favorite, is a first-time starter for Rapoli. Stable, but obviously had to be impressive at that sale to go for that purchase price.
Yeah, and listen, Timonium's a tricky track. A lot of great horses have been sold by Fasig-Tipton at that 2-year-old in training sale. But it's what we term a bull ring. It's a very small track, right? So very tight turns. So horses don't have a lot of opportunity to build into a momentum when they're finishing through the stretch. So when horses can get around that little racetrack and work as well as this horse did, it speaks to their athleticism.
What are you seeing physically from this first-timer?
I mean, it's a little harder from here, but on TV, I mean, she looks very professional. She looks very focused, and it's what you come to expect from a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Todd has always been, from the time he took out his trainer's license, extremely good preparing young horses.
And there's Irad ready to hop aboard. Looks like almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to lock up another Eclipse Award as outstanding jockey.
I just don't see how he can't be the Eclipse Award. There was talk earlier, Javier Castellano, I think, had an opportunity at it. But he was going to have a good Breeders' Cup. Arcangelo had a scratch. He didn't have the Breeders' Cup that I'm sure he hoped he would have. Irad's wrapped this up. Not only is he the leading money winner by over $8 million, he's also the leading rider in number of wins. Usually what happens is a rider on a smaller track wins more races, but not nearly as much money. For him to lead both categories, slam dunk. He's the Eclipse Award winner.
Troubled Luck. This one's interesting. Had a trip, certainly in that dirt debut. Got shut off on the rail.
He did. This horse has actually shown ability, too, in both starts, turf and dirt.
Snarky Kendrick Carmouche for Rudy Rodriguez.
He's been showing speed and stopping. Something's going to have to turn around for this horse.
That's one Maggie was touching on. Handle on you.
Race on the dirt, 2 back here at Aqueduct was good.
Even money favorite for Todd Pletcher with Irad.
Yeah, shipped back from Todd's winter base at Palm Beach Downs.
Zenlu, rider change, but still going to carry 119 pounds. Luis Rivera Jr. apprentice filling in for Javier Castellano.
You don't get the benefit of the weight because it wasn't entered with that weight. Ralph D'Alessandro, a guy who can win, knows how to get it done.
Flight Control Dam produced a first out winner, and the second dam was grade 1 placed.
And also produced 6 winners. This mare is a prolific producer.
Big step up last start from Spite's Dance. It was much more forward with blinkers.
And getting onto the dirt first time in the Dave Duggan barn.
HMS victory for Russell Cash.
Going to have to improve.
And Maggie talked about the pedigree on 5-2 for Linda Rice. Second dam, AC Ducey, who was a grade 1 winner of the Prior S and won the grade 2 Comely.
Yeah, really nice mare for Jeffrey Tucker's Stonebridge Farm, the breeder of this horse. And by honor code. Lots to like on a pedigree standpoint here.
4 minutes to post here in this nightcap coming up. 4-5 now. Princess Vino taking all the money here in this finale. Get signed up, play with Naira Bets. Get signed up in time for a tremendous card we have for you on Saturday with the Cigar Mile, Go for Wand, Demoiselle, Remsen on the road to the Derby. Go to NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
I like saying Demoiselle better.
It sounds better, doesn't it? Brooklynite. I got 2 Brooklynites back home.
That's right, yeah.
And they love Uncle Miggy. Here's Spite Stance. This one showed a lot of improved quickness last time out, and it was getting on dirt for the first time. It was putting blinkers on for the first time, and do you like to see that move? This was against State Bred Maiden 30. Is it an aggressive move to step up in class, but is it a sign of confidence?
I think so, and I think this horse ran well enough, even though it was for Maiden 30, to consider the fact that this horse can be competitive here. Ran twice on turf, got a lot of condition out of that, got back to maybe what this horse really wanted to do, being a daughter of Spitzer. Love the effort. I like Dave Duggan as a trainer. Everybody knows he's a friend of mine, but aside from that, I just think he's a tremendous horseman. Him and his wife, Lara, do great work. And Lane Lussey's been riding very well. When he has a horse with a chance, he's putting him in the right spots.
Took the nightcap the other day at 10-1. He'll try and do it here on a horse at 4-1. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at Spite Stance. Now, the last time we saw her, she was coming in off of only a week in between races. So she was a lot lighter that day. And I know it's only been, nearly 3 weeks since that last effort, but she's put on a lot of weight. Just between those two races. So I appreciate that. Now, she was a lot more eager and keen in the preliminaries last time with those blinkers going on for the first time. Today, she is a little bit more settled, so not sure that we're going to see quite as much speed, though obviously it's in her, so it could still be produced. I will say that Tavin came back against Winners, the winner, heavily favored winner of that race. Didn't take any money, finished 4th that day, actually ran okay despite coming in there with one of the best figures. So I don't know, maybe it's an apples and oranges type of conversation. But you guys mentioned the pedigree with number 7, Flight Control, and she's a big price. She's not taking any money. But my eye just kind of kept going back to her for whatever reason. For an Air Force Blue, typically his progeny want to run long on the dirt, despite having a little bit more of a turf repertoire himself. But she actually looks built to be a dirt sprinter. So maybe she needs to start here to really get some fitness, but I'd watch her. I think she could run sneaky well here. And Greg, I'm going to land on the 3-5 favorite, but she is the only one covered in the pick 6.
Yeah, how about that? So if she does not show up, got a little extra incentive for the card on Saturday as if you needed any. Tremendous card we have for you. I go back to the one, Troubled Luck, that this horse shut off on the rail, had to wait on horses and swing about 5 wide. Will need better, but showed some signs of life in that move to dirt.
Yeah, and ran well on debut on turf. So when a horse shows that they have ability and they still put in a run despite trouble, I think that gives them high marks. And Jose Gomez has ridden the horse twice. This is the 3rd time. I can make a case for this horse too, and that's way too big a price, Greg. 19-1.
Way too big a price on Linda Rice's runner with pedigree that we talked about on the outside, 5-2. Everyone is all over this Todd Pletcher first-time starter who you're looking at right now, with Irad Ortiz Jr. moving in 3-5. So everyone inflated price as a result.
Well, obviously this horse has had to be impressive in the mornings, was impressive in her sales work, but still as a first-time starter, has to get out of the gate and work out a trip.
Nightcap on our Friday card from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Princess Vino is the early trailer. Speed towards the outside here from Spite Stance, and that's actually going to be Flight Control and Zen Lu. They're going to be head-and-head in a pace duel immediately on the front end. To the inside here, it's Zen Lu. To the outside, it's Flight Control at 36-1, is now a half length in front. Also making up some ground is HMS Victory. We have one being eased towards the back. That was Snarky. Just kind of checked and now just being eased through the stretch. As they work in the far turn, Flight Control's got the lead. Zen Lu, here comes the run from HMS Victory. Also 5-2 is in there with Spite Stance, who's rallying on now 4 wide. Princess Vino is starting to move from the back of the pack and Handle on You. Tailing off towards the far back there is Troubled Luck, going to get eased with Snarky as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Princess Vino is starting to launch a big rally with a quarter mile left to go, 22-3. The opening quarter mile, they haven't caught Flight Control, who now kicks for home. It's Flight Control who's now opening up here. Look at Flight Control go. Princess Vino looks like the only danger on the grandstand side. Flight Control at 36-1. Princess Vino is chasing but running out of time. A 16th to go. Eliseo Ruiz, Flight Control, they're going to get it done at 36-1. Flight Control wins it tight there for second. 5-2 to the inside of Princess Vino. Then came Spice Dance. Final running time, 1 minute 11.53.
Flight Control at 36-1 to close things out. We talked about the pedigree with this filly by Air Force Blue. Dam had produced a first out winner before. The second dam, grade 1 place, grade 3 winner. And good things come on the front end.
Well, it was a tale of two trips, wasn't it? You got Flight Control, who broke running, left the starting gate, knew what her job was, got very comfortable on the lead, was set down by Eliseo Ruiz, 5-pound apprentice, and really kicked away. Princess Vino broke slowly, kind of got squeezed a little bit, put in a big run to get up for second. But by then, Flight Control had run of the race, and she was long gone. And Bob Caceres has been winning races for as long as I've been, back in the early 80s. I remember Bob winning races. A tremendous horseman. This mare has now produced 7 winners. She's a prolific producer. That's her second first-time starter to win. And this filly looked like she knew what her job was from the moment the gates opened and drew off as much the best. But Princess Vino, nice effort after that slow break.
Keep your eyes, on Princess Vino next time out. But yeah, certainly got off to a poor beginning in here, but made a big late run. 7-10, 4-8, 36-1 first-time starter to close things out. We have a pick 6 carryover.
Keep your eye on Eliseo here. Watch when he goes to turn his crop down. Look at the little celebration. You think he's a happy young man?
As he should be. Unexpected. And it's a first-time starter, not the huge favorite. It went back down to 3-5, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way, I was mistaken. The 10, 5-2, got up for second. The 4, Princess Vino, after that slow break, rallied in the second, but then was caught for second. So my apologies there. The result is 7-10-4.
36-1 to close it out. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Friday card in the books as we look forward to a big Saturday with a Cigar Mile and a Derby prep late in this 2-year-old season in the Remsen. We'll be back.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama win the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And tough one to find, 36-1. First time starter that pays over $75 to close out our Friday card.
Yeah, this is why this game is so hard, but it's why it's so great and intriguing. Maggie talked about this horse, kept attracting her attention. She kept, commanding her respect, looking at her. We talked about her pedigree, the mare producing 6 winners, a first-time starter winner. And, from good connections, Bob Caceres, a guy who just has been winning for decades. And I just love the celebration. Keep your eye on Alicio Ruiz's left hand when he was. Yeah, you think he was happy? I love that. I really Fight Control at 75-50 over 5-2, who did outgame Princess Vino, who had trouble after that slow break and had to overcome a wide trip and losing, and making up a lot of ground, I should say. If she breaks cleaner, she's going to be a lot closer. But no doubt, Fight Control was very, very good.
Carryover in the pick 6 for the Saturday card. And here's how the late pick 5 played out. $15 horse with my man Matty, and of course that 36-1 shot to end it gets you $12,750 back.
Wow. I mean, it would have been tough to come up with this first-time starter. Maybe if you were all in this race, right? It would have obviously made it a little easier. These are the toughest races, right? Horses with less confirmed form.
What a finish. This Friday card. We got more great action coming up on Saturday, loaded with stakes action on our program tomorrow on our FS2 coverage, and our ABR Race of the Week is the main event, Cigar Mile. I love that we're closing things out with this race.
Oh, absolutely. Cigar Mile, again, where the two worlds collide, right? Sprinters stretching out, routers turning back in distance, and we've got a nice full field for this edition of the Cigar Mile.
And a few horses in this race coming out of disappointing performances, taking a shot on championship weekend of the Breeders' Cup. One of them, Senor Buscador, who took a run at the Classic, didn't work out. He's been very effective at a mile.
Very effective at a mile. I was very taken with this horse's physical condition and presence when he paddock schooled here last week in preparation for this Cigar Mile. And you look here, he swings wide at Del Mar. Not an easy thing to do, and he comes with this relentless and resolute run. And I think with the amount of speed signed on to the Cigar Mile, it's really going to play into Senor Buscador's style. You see the rider kind of drop the rein there, had to pick it up. Giovanni Franco there. Usually happens when you're in cold weather and have gloves, not Del Mar where you drop a rein.
Yeah, you don't expect that. Junior Alvarado is going to have the call. Meanwhile, Ever So Mischievous coming in just terrific form right now. He'll try and win a 4th in a row on Saturday, where he beat Dr. Ardito and Accretive in that 49er last time out.
You just got to really respect this horse. He's a gem of consistency, and he has shown a propensity to fight. He likes a battle. He's only been beaten twice, and both times ahead. So he's about 2 feet from being undefeated. And one of the things about Brad Cox runners, and it's a benchmark of Brad Cox's abilities, is how horses hold their form for long periods of time. He had the prep over the track. He can take another step forward. He's a really attractive horse. That big white blaze into Mischief really stamps a lot of his foals, and he will look right through you. He is looking into the window of your soul the way this horse stares out.
Son of Into Mischief, Christian Torres. It was a rare visit to New York for him, and he got the money in that 49er. He'll be back for Brad Cox. And Dr. Ardito Accretive going to try and take another run at him. 2 of 3 in the race for Chad Brown. Hoist the Gold, another one coming out of the Breeders' Cup on championship weekend. Went to the sprint. Obviously, Elite Power and Gunite were the story in that race. And it was this race, though, that launched him into that position with a big prep win in the Phoenix.
Yeah, winning, going 6 furlongs at Keeneland. I just don't know what to make of this horse going a mile. He's 0 for 2 at the mile distance. But Dallas Stewart's not a guy that's just going to ship in to partake in the race. He must feel like the way this horse came out of the Breeders' Cup and the mile is going to suit him. He makes a nice impression here in the stall shot. He's stabled in Mark Hennig's barn. Dallas Stewart, a former Wayne Lucas assistant as well, like Mark Hennig, a who's who of trainers that are Wayne Lucas alumni, if you will. And Dallas Stewart galloped winning colors when she won the Kentucky Derby for Wayne, and it actually was my valet at Fairgrounds before he went on to be an assistant trainer and obviously eventually to a very successful training
Incredible
career.
tree coming out of D. Wayne Lucas. Hoist the Gold, too, has a win at 7 furlongs, which makes the horse a little more interesting. This horse, the big unknown, coming in from Charlestown, has reeled off 6 in a row. It's been incredibly dominant, 11 for 16 overall, but now comes to the big leagues.
I love horses like this, you know, that just show up and run so big. He's an 11-time winner from 16 starts. Horse can't win any easier than this. I mean, he's, you know, watch the rider like, looking around, look to the left, look to the right, basically turning around in the saddle. I mean, it looks like that horse would be comfortable being ridden in Central Park. I mean, he just looks like a total professional. This is a big ask for him. It's a big step up in company, but he knows the path to the winner's circle. He has the map to the treasure.
Yeah. He's won outside of Charles. He's won at Maryland as well.
Yeah.
But pretty much a Charlestown specialist. But he's won from 6 furlongs to we see a mile and an eighth. But we have no idea if he's up to this level.
No, we don't. But if you just throw a horse out because, oh, well, he's coming from Charlestown or a smaller track, it's a big mistake. You have to respect horses that know how to win. He can't, pick the horses he's competing against. All he can do is do the job that's asked of him, and he does it very well.
Just adds extra intrigue to what is a tremendous field for the Cigar Mile on our Saturday coverage. Look at what's ahead tomorrow. We hope you join us. Demoiselle on the road to the Oaks. Go for Juan. Phillies and Mares version of the Cigar Mile. Remsen for the boys on the road to the Derby with Derby points on the line, and then the main event that's going to close out the card. Always, though, so much intrigue for these 2-year-old races, especially late in the year. Maggie, what 2-year-old are you most looking forward to?
Well, wouldn't it be amazing, Greg, if 2 full brothers made it to the Kentucky Derby 2 consecutive years in a row, let alone won it, as Mage is this year's Derby victor. His little brother is coming into this race and will likely be the favorite in tomorrow's Remsen. That's Dornoch. And it's so true. Mig always talks about Mrs. Mays had, 7 children and only 1 Willie. They all look different, right? As Mage, short, stout, compact. Chestnut looked a lot like his sire in Good Magic, whereas Dornoch, as I do remember their dam, Puka, looks a lot like the dam, though he has a lot of substance to him, unlike her, and he is the complete package. I mean, I hope that he goes on as a 3-year-old because at least as of now, he's so much more physically mature than many of his 2-year-old counterparts. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's already passed the 2-turn test in breaking his maiden, and it feels like he's starting to get a bit more professional. But guys, I'm also interested in Drumroll Please, a Brad Cox trainee that I've always been a fan of, and I truly think he's one that getting out to the 9 furlongs will benefit with the ground added. So it's a fun race. There's a lot of ways to go, not to mention the $2.3 million Sierra Leone stretching out in only his 2nd start for Chad Brown.
And there's another Chad Brown runner in that race I know you're intrigued with quite a bit, who he already has a win at a mile and an eighth. It was against a maiden group, so he's going to have to do it against a lot better company.
I really like the other Chad Brown runner, Domestic Product. Yes, he's going to have to get faster, but they're young horses, and they're changing. Domestic Product is not only the only horse that owns a win at a mile and an eighth, he's the only horse that's run a mile and an eighth up to this point. And what impressed me about his maiden victory, and granted, a maiden race, it was against, maidens in an easier spot than this. The way he stayed in the bridle. And for a young horse to run into the bit, not come off the bridle, not have to be reminded of his job for as long as this horse did, speaks to a horse that possesses a great deal of stamina. I like Domestic Product, and no one's talking about him, and he's going to be a good price.
A surprise coming out of that barn for Chad Brown that no one is really talking about him. And a lot of attention, at least from us, we've been talking about him a lot with what Rick Dutrow has been doing at the meet. Obviously, that Whitney and Breeders' Cup Classic double with White Abarrio. But this horse stretching out to a mile for the first time, where's Chris, and turning the tables on Bookham Dano. What do you think about his ability to get a mile and an eighth?
Well, I mean, listen, it's still a question for everybody until they actually do it. But I will say, coming out of the Mile National, which has traditionally been the main prep race for the Remsen, I like the way he finished. He ran through the wire with his feet up underneath him. His stride didn't deteriorate. Horses can win by open lengths, and when you scan back through the field, it's because everybody else is struggling, and their stride's deteriorating. They're just better than that group. I didn't see that in this case. He just kept finding and he really finished the race well. Book Him Down was a nice horse. I question how far he ultimately may want to go, but I think Where's Chris won't have much problem with the distance.
The $2.3 million horse Maggie talked about, that's another one for Chad Brown, Sierra Leone. Never easy to win going around a ground first time, especially on dirt, and this horse was able to do that.
No, absolutely. Listen, and he showed a really nice dimension, too. A lot of young horses will win first time because they're just more precocious. They're quick. They go gate to wire. The fact that he had to sit in traffic, take kickback, it shows a different level of professionalism. So that was a very nice debut. Interesting, Manny Franco rode Sierra Leone first time and domestic product in his second start when he won, and he lands on domestic product. Don't know if that's trainer's decision or a rider's decision. Usually I think Chad leaves that up to the rider, who they want to ride or who they're more comfortable riding.
It's race 9 on our Saturday coverage, 3:45 Eastern, on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. Not just this tremendous card we have here Saturday at Aqueduct. Mute Mile from Caymanas Park out in Jamaica. And Andy, Rajiv, they had to make a trip here, right? Bob Marley Museum?
Oh, they had to. My first stop's the waterfall. Maybe my second stop would be the Bob Marley Museum. Definitely. Listen, even if I don't get to cover racing, I'm going there.
Lived there until he passed away in 1981. He actually wrote and recorded multiple albums in his own home studio as well. I'm sure they've been holding back to the best stuff is still to come tomorrow. These are just little previews of what they did
giving
on
us
the
little
island.
appetizers, whetting our appetite for the main course. Yeah.
Main event, 16 are going to line up in this Mute Mile. Rajiv. It's got to be, I mean, you're with one of the rock stars on the island.
There's got to be a statue for Rajiv there, right? They got to have a statue for Rajiv.
And you said we got some names we're used to seeing here in the U.S. Julian Leparoux showing up to ride in this race as well.
It's brilliant. What can they tack there? Maybe I can get a mount.
Live coverage from Jamaica coming up on our Saturday program. We're going to kick things off 11:30 a.m. tomorrow on FS2. So check your local listings for Fox Sports, but we will see you then with final really big blowout day of the year coming up on our circuit here with a Cigar Mile. Ever so mischievous 4 for 6 record. He is less than a length away from being perfect. Dornock, the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, will line up in the Remsen in his graded stakes debut. Can Pletcher do it again at a ninth? Demoiselle, he's got live talk and our live coverage from Jamaica. Caymanas Park, Andy Serling, Rajiv Mirage will be live on site. We'll see you tomorrow at 11:30 a.m.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.